cool part is it's like I finally got it in my head fixed up to where I can, like on YouTube, I usually just do the streams like we're doing today. Okay. So
Okay.
what I figured out was I can actually do YouTube on Rumble. Just have the OBS go straight to Rumble, and from there I can turn around and I can just do both the 24/7 live stream and the streams that we're doing here together, no problem. Now
Okay.
I have that multiple output as well, which means if I wanted to, I could pop open another YouTube channel and do it like you know how I've been doing episodes for the Wonderful World of Weirdness or the Praetorian.
Yeah.
I can also put one in for those separate channels and it can run straight to that. I just can't do it on Rumble because they're assholes.
Okay.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Dan.
Well, obviously, you can only capture your camera and your. Oh, yeah, you can only capture your camera on one stream at a time.
Well,
Oh no, you can do multiple because you using the virtual camera sort of set up the
yeah,
VO2. Sort of, oh, yeah.
I'm
So,
telling you. We had an interesting week this week.
I don't know. I've been mainly in bed
Well,
almost this week.
that's why it's been interesting. It's been freaking really weird without you here, man. It's I'm gonna tell you that right now. Everybody's gotten used to. Otto even felt like he was a fish out of the water. He was like, it just doesn't feel right with Mark Edworthy not with us.
Well,
You've been out for a while there, Mark.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm still suffering from it. But
yesterday made a week in one day.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still suffering from it. I'm not going to be sort of skipping and dancing for another week or so. I
You
think.
think maybe you caught something really, really bad?
Yeah.
It's like I was saying to Ria earlier. I don't get colds all that often. Once every
Right.
2 years, maybe. But when I do, I bloody well do.
Yeah.
Seriously, yeah.
That sounds right. Because like you were talking about getting your eyes where they were sticking, dude. I haven't had that happen since I was a kid.
Yeah. That's. I was trying to think of the last time I had that sort of condition as bad as that, and I'm thinking, yeah, when I was a kid, when I was 8, 9 years old or
What is it
something.
about the ice?
His eyes were glued shut.
Yeah,
Oh,
pink
I
eyes. Yeah,
see.
Like it was insane.
Is it the allergy that made it
what
really bad?
the code? Yeah.
Mhm.
Earlier, I actually about an hour and a half ago, I was having trouble hearing out of this ear, so I sort of also inflated, hold my nose, close my mouth, breathe, and
Well,
managed to pop whatever was causing it to, so I can sort of hear a bit better now.
now I do want to give warnings out. Okay, I, Tan especially needs to know this, and well, actually Mark since he's sick, but DK has been running his mouth saying I never give him links to get on the show. So I told him, I was like, okay, I'm going to do it this time. So he could come in at any point.
Who is it? Who?
DK.
Well,
Captain
DK. Oh.
Captain
I
Caveman.
think I met him one time, right? When I was in
Yeah.
Japan.
Yeah.
That was it.
He
Oh,
embarrassed
gee.
the shit out of me, dude. It's like fucking what the hell are you doing, dude? You know, he started talking, got drunk, started talking shit about you because you weren't doing things he was wanting you to do at Universal Studios. I was like,
Yeah, you
man,
want me to jump?
yeah. See, that's what I told him. I was like, I'd rather have him come in early in the morning his time because we know that he's in a better situation than later in the afternoon. Because I had an Aunt Leona who was like that. Like after 5 p.m., you're lucky if she's not crawling under the kitchen table to go to sleep. You know.
Is it east or west Australia?
Oh,
Sydney or Auckland?
most likely he's from the western side. Well, no, he's from New Zealand. Sorry.
Oh, so Auckland. So 10 half 10 now.
Yeah. So this
Yeah.
is morning time for him. And that's what I told him. I was like, if he wants to come in today, it's fine. But later on, I want to also do an interview with him early in the morning because he when he's sober and he's talking, he's a straight up dude to talk to when it comes to like flat Earth and stuff. But like when he's drinking, you might as well give it up. After a certain amount of time, he starts getting.
So I'm just having flashbacks to that St. Patrick's thing. Yeah.
You could literally see it happening. You know what I mean? Hey V. Sorry you came in and the audio was all crazy earlier, V. I was playing around with some stuff, so.
Oh, all good. I figured that was Mike, adjusting time.
Yeah, that was actually something that I was trying to pull off, and it just didn't work out that great with me. Now later on, I can do some adjustment. Mark Edworthy told me that I need to give a little bit more effort and start loving older computers better than what I do. He says that I need to stop bad mouthing bad computer or old computers.
No, what I said is you were complaining there's an old machine, therefore, in your words, it's outdated, and I just made the equivalent of a toolman blaming their hammer for their bad work.
No, you don't compare freaking audio on a computer to a hammer, dude. You know when you mess up with a hammer.
A toolman blaming his equipment.
I'm just telling you, dude. You know when you mess up with a hammer.
Machines are great because you can singular purpose them, like I do. Mm-hmm. I'll have a computer for music, or I have one just for videos. I have one, whatever.
I'm getting this one set up. I don't know if audio would be the better choice for it. I'm gonna drop it down to Linux most likely, but that's after I get the one I just messed up.
I can never get sound plugins. I don't really want those plugins, man. Every system, every distro has like this weird set of plugins, and I just don't. It's just not my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how to configure it at all.
Windows has always been my go-to be honest with you, and I know that makes Mark and freaking Mr. Robot mad at me, but
as long as you can find suitable firmware for each piece of hardware, a single piece of hardware, then
I'm a Ubuntu guy now too, so I'm in the Linux camp right now too.
Well,
screw Windows.
Whatever.
I have to have Windows. If I want to get things done, I got to use Windows. If I'm checking around, then I use Linux.
Or BSD. Linux kernel or BSD kernel, depending on task.
See, now, Tan is a professional. Okay, Tan isn't the type of person who's going to scream out Linux is better than Windows because he knows freaking.
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say that either are better. It just depends on how you configure them and what tasks you're using them for.
Okay, look, you are in bad straits with AI. Word has come down that they've heard your bad mouthing on their grammar, and there's going to be retribution.
So I'm going to have the Terminator come after me or something.
I'm just telling you what I heard. I heard it on the streets, man. Like AI's pissed, and they're coming back with a vengeance.
Are you sure it's actual artificial intelligence or just some LLM
you just keep talking, dude.
chatbots?
It's like bad shit's gonna happen to you like a ton of bricks, dude.
Just some LLM. LLM is not artificial intelligence.
Again, I've made arguments on that one.
Well, he started getting frustrated and started bad mouthing freaking. He bad mouthed everything, dude. He bad mouthed freaking American colloquialism. He bad mouthed freaking freaking AI for their bad freaking grammar. Everything, dude. It's like, dude, seriously, you're gonna get in trouble.
Well, it's not my fault that not everybody can speak perfect English.
Hey, what? You think you speak more perfect English than AI?
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Wait. So AI generates not perfect grammar?
Definitely not.
Give an example.
I have pointed this out to these like Gemini many a time, using M dashes everywhere.
It's just
American colloquialisms.
Yeah, because Gemini is American.
Yeah, really.
It's using American English language model.
Oh,
you know.
Well,
it's using American English. So whatever. But that's not grammar, right?
Yeah, or using poor grammar, using poor grammatical sticking, using the American form of Oxford commas, where you stick commas in before the first button and, which is
really, apparently apparently what is it?
The thing, can I just say really quickly? The thing that annoys the crap out of me with the AI is its repetitiveness. You know you're watching an AI generated video when it says the same thing 50 different ways. And that gets on my nerves. You know it's AI when that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And most definitely. And I hate, and they call them loops. That's what I hate. And there's people who purposely do that thing, thinking it's cool. And it's just not. It's like, that's just
it
bad
stretches out the length of the video, and I don't know, maybe they'll give an A on an essay somewhere. I don't know. But it's ridiculous.
So. And also, just calling it artificial intelligence, those two words do not connect together. This is a misnomer. It's counterintuitive. How can it be artificial and intelligence?
Wow.
Then you would probably complain about pseudo random.
Oh
yeah,
well, yeah. Same idea. It's a mathematical term, So.
Well, so
it has precise definition.
It's a
meaningless.
What if you have a person who doesn't know anything? Listen, you got
so then
slate, like a baby brain. You shove them into like one of those learning beds, hook them up Matrix style, and download all the programs to their heads, and let them walk around. Now, are they artificially intelligent?
No. Again, what's the word I used to answer something that Bob?
How artificial intelligence is just mimicking of real intelligence. Yeah, so how does real intelligence work? Real intelligence it has a knowledge base of what we know as fact, and then we reason from that base of fact, right? Yeah. We do a bunch of inferences. We know A, we know B, we know A plus B is equals C. So, and so on. You can, induce more logic from that. It's basically what artificial intelligence does.
Actually, the word they used to describe artificial intelligence the other day, or yesterday when I was talking to Bob Dub, was simulacrum. Simulacrum.
Okay.
Just a
Simulation
form
of a
of
simulation of a simulation.
Yeah.
It's Latin, right?
Well, I
Okay.
also want to point something out that I have an issue with this bullshit that they're coming up with AI called hallucinations. They are
Oh
honestly
yeah.
that is like the dumbest shit I've freaking heard when it comes to terminology.
I think
Okay.
it's actually creative, pretty creative.
They aren't hallucinating.
Of course they're not. Of course they're not. But you know exactly what they mean when they use that term,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that's the point.
Well, provide falsities.
Well, I mean,
hallucinations not necessarily provide falsities.
I think it's
No,
cool.
it's like dreaming up of new facts that are not based on
fact.
reality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
it's like facts that aren't based on facts. Like they tried to tell me that they tried to tell
They're
me
not
that.
facts then.
Well,
Logically,
Yeah, they're
they're
hallucinated facts. It's like they're citing a research paper that nobody wrote.
Or like Elder
So-
Scrolls,
Oh, lying.
they tried to say Elder Scrolls was coming out with a new
Or lies.
game.
Yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like
really.
Skyrim.
If you wanna be rude about it, yeah.
So
AI hallucination is basically lies.
in that case,
Yeah.
we must have this in the Western world. We must have every single politician that is a
He's
form of-
hallucinating. Yeah. He's not lying anymore now. Now he's just hallucinating. That's pretty cool. You dream up with new realities, right? It's just like that gender ideology thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what do you call that kind of it's a metaphor, right?
A metaphor.
Yeah, calling AI lies as hallucination. It's like a metaphor for
hallucination is a metaphor. Yeah.
yeah.
Or it's an idiom. I was going to say an idiom, but not an idiom. What's the word I'm looking for? Not maxim, not axiom.
Who knows, man? What words are you looking for, bro?
The word lie. Yeah, I'll go with that. A synonym for the word lie.
I think we already covered that.
You know what? I may be off the topic, but I've been looking into this Waymo, the
the self-driving taxi.
The
Okay.
AIs on those things, they don't give a flying crap. They're running cats over. They're sideswiping other vehicles. They don't give a crap.
So
And
it's just
that's
bad
supposedly
image
AI.
recognition.
Right. Well, you have mapping.
That would be funny.
that
That would be pretty comical. Do you have any clip of Waymo running over cats?
Do you know the YouTuber Wang? You know the YouTuber Wang? He's like half white, half Asian guy. Wang. So he just did a video, and it was Waymo versus Kit Kat. There was this cat that was a shop owner's cat. It was a neighborhood cat. Everybody loved this cat. The cat was like literally in the store and would play with you at the register. Everybody loved this cat. The cat would go outside and scope out the neighboring businesses. Everybody knew this cat in this town. And one day, the Waymo came through and ran him over. So there's been like backlash, community backlash for this cat being run over with this AI car. It kind of reminds me of the hot tub time machine, the second one. Yeah.
Is it just me, or is V coming through kind of weird with the
Yeah, you're
audio?
coming
It's
quiet.
well, my battery's dying, so I'm gonna have to switch
Okay.
devices. Okay, but yeah, it happened.
Which country?
Oh, here in the States. I'm not sure
Okay.
which city or state, but it happened in this country. Yeah.
I cannot see this form of automated transport being allowed in UK or in any European country or any EEA country, at least not for the foreseeable future.
Why?
Yeah,
Because
so,
it's not safe?
Yeah, because you've got the entire insurance industry and legal questions.
well,
Definitely to
I
be
don't
figured
see it
out.
happening over there in England because it takes up so much space. So that was the other complaint about it, is these Waymos were just clogging parking lots in the areas that they were launched.
Yeah, but you can stick the hardware into small cars, into small vehicles. That's not improbable.
But the point is, more cars are going to be in production. More cars are going to be taking space. Versus, I mean, if I don't have a car,
I mean, granted,
I'm
the US roads are much more wider. It goes back to the old joke about US car manufacturers trying to sell their cars to the Japanese. And the Japanese roads are much more smaller and compact. And
right.
no,
Well, yeah, efficiency being compact is one thing, but when you have people who would have never bought a car for themselves, all of a sudden have, a car at the ready on their phone, it's just so many more cars going to be made. So it's kind of compounding a problem instead of making it better.
But is it though? Because one of the arguments is that this is these cars will be provided by companies and will be provided on a sort of a lot of time basis.
Well, I mean, that's all fine. That makes no difference. There's more cars on the road now. The only thing that would make a difference is if people
it means less cars. Because if you've got,
people
rather than having every single person have their own car, there'll be, let's say, one car for every 50 people.
Well, but the thing is, we're Americans, and car is not just a car; it's also status symbols.
Yeah, granted.
And and it's just a right of life, of our way of living, is having a car. So if you don't have a car, you got a messed up situation. You got something in your situation. If you don't have a car. Would this be something?
Some cities that have got fairly
Los Angeles, New
reasonable transport and got reasonable retail to residential area outlets, such as Chicago, such as New York City. Granted, they on even New York City hasn't got the best.
New York has too many cars. I don't think people should own cars in New York City.
Yeah, but they've got a public transport infrastructure as well, and you've got also residential and retail in the same area. A lot of the US problem is you've got residential and commercial areas. You've got the zone laws, so you've got your residential over there, and you've got your shops way over there, which is for most part impractical in that sort of concept. I mean, how often can you Fee, how often can you walk down to your local corner shop and buy a pint of milk?
How often can I, or how often would I?
Could you?
I could theoretically do it every day.
Okay. I mean, some people don't have the opportunity, don't have that ability because of the weird zoning laws in the US.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Because as I live in Europe, right, like there's shops in my building, you know, right below the apartment in the same building. I thought that was just fantastic. It's like I don't have to go anywhere. The Żabka's downstairs, which is basically 7-Eleven, and there's a meat market directly across the street. And yeah, so the zoning is definitely different. Here in America, if you want something, you gotta. If you're not, next to a gas station, you're definitely driving to a grocery store for sure. I do have 4 different gas stations on the corner, but that's about 5 blocks away.
Yeah. I suppose where I am fairly lucky. I know a lot of people criticise the 15-minute city sort of idea, but I've got everything I generally need on a daily basis within 15-20-minute walk for me.
Everything? Wait, everything? Well,
Everything.
How about some 15-minute girls?
No, everything I generally need.
Like, if they got that, I'm going to the 15-minute city.
15-minute girls. It's not enough.
That's not it. Wow, you must be a passionate lover. I'm not going to criticize.
Well, I don't know.
15's not enough.
Not saying anything.
I mean,
No,
everything
I mean-
retail, everything
I mean-
that I can purchase. I'm not purchasing girls now.
No, we're not sex trafficking. No. But still, they got a 15-minute spot where you should hang out, so we can get to in 15 minutes. Anyways, yeah. I don't know. I'm seeing things become more AI, and I will. It's assumed in air quotes every time I say AI. Okay, let's just assume that. Everything is just. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I've become obsessed with shopping on my phone, like grocery shopping and other shopping or whatever, through Walmart. And it's like if I've got an issue, I first have to talk to this app before the app will actually connect me to a real human being. You try calling Walmart, just regular phone call, you're not going to get past pretty much anything. The first 2 options do not apply. And then if you get to the third option, and there's so many more options after that, you will literally get nowhere. I know, I've tried. I was going to be doing some advertising in front of a Walmart, but I needed permission to do so. I couldn't even get to corporate. However, if you want to talk to AI, hey, that's great. AI will try to solve your problem, which 90% of the time it never does. So I have to talk to a human being anyways. So, but yeah, I have to literally, it's gatekeeping, But
they all sort of press 1 to go to this department, press 2 for that department, call center sort of thing. That's been around for good, 30, 40 years now.
Well, but they're not trying to, none of these companies are trying to have real customer service. I mean, I remember back in the day, I used to be able to call eBay. If something got screwed up, the phone number's there, I'm on the phone with somebody almost instantly. Try to call eBay now. You can't. So I don't buy from them. If I can't talk to somebody, if something gets screwed up, I'm not buying out of their platform. So, but yeah. So they're getting rid of the people. They've been wanting to get rid of the people. But they've been getting rid of the people for customer service even before the AI, just with these damn robot answering machines. that replaced a lot of people, and people don't think that this AI stuff is going to replace even more. Come on.
Interestingly, I've been watching. Is it Eli, the computer guy? Yeah, Eli, the computer guy. A YouTube commentator who's also a professional.
We now have a demon.
What the hell? Order. It's just on. Somebody do something about that.
Okay, well, let's clear it out. I'll be back.
Are we okay? No. Cool. What was I saying? Yeah. I've been watching this computer professional, quite popular YouTube computer professional, and he has been releasing a lot of videos lately about how many tech companies having staff or letting go staff. I think the last one was about Cisco letting go of something like 4,000 staff. And I know Microsoft has let go of and a large amount of staff. And I've got to question that how much of this due to so-called artificial intelligence. And I've got to question how much of that is related to administration staff, how much of that is related to call center staffs. Okay, I've lost Fee now. What about you? Scared Fee off? And I'm all by myself now. Somebody get a handle on this. Yeah, you are completely having issues there. No, not now. All I heard was the really poor hiss. Okay, I think V's disappeared as well. Yeah, we were until. Yeah.
It just things are getting crazy. Well, Tan is gone too, by the looks of it.
I think you've scared everybody off.
Good.
You insistent hiss.
Good. The monsters.
So what's now? Me do a song and dance?
Let me see if I don't really know what's going on, to be honest with you.
Please wait for technical problems.
Say something. Hey, can you hear me now?
Very echoing, but
Look at that, right? There's something there. I don't know what it is.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
yeah, it sounds terrible, but I can hear you.
What does it sound like?
A lot of feedback. You can hear the static is coming
Sounds
from
like
that
you're in a metal can.
metal can. Say something real quick.
At least it's only a faint sound back on his now.
What does it sound like?
It sounds. Can you hear him at all?
Say something, can you?
Say something, can I?
Yeah. I can hear.
Okay, so let's just have a conversation for a while.
Okay.
These technical issues should have been resolved beforehand. Anyway.
Just hearing it through that.
Oh, okay. Hearing through the big mic. Oh, okay.
All of a sudden, he's gotten real quiet this week. He ain't got that big mouth going. like 3 weeks. Jab. Now he's all quiet.
Well, just give me time.
Let me see. What this is? Can you hear this?
Welcome to the professional quality of gorgeous real-time show.
I hear him now, and it's mute.
Can you hear him?
No, I can't.
Now say something.
To me.
See.
Yeah, no, maybe.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool.
How you been feeling?
Been dying off of cold.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You're
right.
You were under the weather.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Roger had that same problem. Well, I was died. My mom and grandma got him. How you had that? We call that stuff build up. Mucus stuff. Yeah, mucus. Eye mucus. Yeah,
Sorry.
you had the eye cold.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what we call it here. We call it eye cold.
Well, it was more than just eye. Well, I'm still suffering from it. But,
eye cold
Well,
is
it's
not a
not-
bad thing, dude, or it's not a good thing, like a minor thing. When you wake up and your
well,
ears
it
are
was.
so
It was just one symptom of a bigger
yeah.
thing, which I'm still suffering from now. Still can feel my throat cracking.
Well, don't make them think of any of the bad stuff because we don't want them to freaking like freak out and say, "I'm getting the hell off of here." So why did B leave in
Well, we were in the middle of conversation, and then that awful racket started, and
good?
it must. If he's using I don't know if he's got earphones or something, but if he was, it must have blew his ears out or something.
The thing about it that's so weird is like this shit just happened, and I'm gonna tell you something. Be careful about your notifications from anybody for updates.
Updates.
Yeah, there's been something happening where like whenever people are updating their Microsoft. I know you don't use Microsoft, but
What Microsoft Teams? What you talking about Teams or what? Microsoft what? What? Which product?
Microsoft Windows, especially.
Okay.
There's been hackers that have been going in there and doing it. Somehow they figured out how to make it to where whenever you get a notification that your Microsoft needs to be updated, that it's
Windows.
actually
Okay.
so.
We've not seen any reports or CV notifications on that one.
Well, that's because you're in England. They like to censor shit. So
No, but I would see CV reports on this one.
So hopefully these guys will come back in. I'm gonna step away real quick, get the coffee made, and smoke a
Okay,
cigarette.
once you do that, I'm going to
And,
suck on one of these.
Robert needs you go ahead and talk, Robert. Keep him busy. I'm gonna go ahead and close out that other one. That's Mike, because that's actually a bad idea, I guess.
Yeah, I would just not use that at all. That's just awful.
Well, I mean, that's actually retribution. You should know better than to get
Really,
sick.
really, we should have
You
tested
should,
this beforehand.
whatever. You
Really?
being sick for
Professionalism, please.
you being sick for a week. This is retribution. You get to hear the horrible sounds of a mic. Don't ever do it again, Mr. Lord Edworthy.
Okay, I'll come on even if I'm
That's
my limbs are
right.
falling down, falling off.
Well, think of it like this. It might get you riled up, mad enough and all that, where it brings tears to your eyes.
Yeah.
He did. He did.
Jesus.
So, well, how's everybody? What's going on over there?
What's going on over there? What's not going on over there?
Okay, with the elections and all that.
Right. I think we're going to touch on this a bit later anyway. So I think we'll have a discussion about this a bit later anyway. But yeah, the political front is not looking nice at all at the moment.
Yeah.
Mm.
Because over there, I was watching it on the news about all what's going the one that runs for the one that decides what comes into the country, how politics of who gets how things work. I was really surprised at how they. What is that guy? That Summer?
Mm.
How they're doing with him and all that.
Roger, am I correct in saying that you are going to do the Untethered episode with that?
Huh? You know, they were talking about work, what that guy in 2 years that he was in office, how he really didn't do much or anything.
Okay.
And all them people that were part of the organization up and quit and all that. I'm like, man, that's, I don't know the whole thing, but that's really tough. And for on the news when they're talking about
Okay.
ABC News.
Yeah. Okay. I think if when we do the Untethered show a bit later, we can actually have a bit more of a structured conversation about this. Because there's so many different avenues on this one.
Yeah.
Having this
I
sort of
finally figured out how to make Jitsi work on
Wow.
my other phone. I
cool.
finally figured it out. And you would slap me if you knew what the problem was.
Oh,
I didn't let the program through the firewall.
Okay.
So for months now, I've not been able to use Jitsi on this particular phone because of the damn firewall. That's great.
What?
That's so moronic.
Okay.
But I'm here.
Oh, it's working.
Yeah, you guys, Roger told me to tell you that he's sorry for all the static and the interference from. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
surprised it didn't blow your ears out, V.
the
I'm surprised you guys can hear me because I'm experimenting with Bluetooth headsets. And,
You sounded perfect.
this one seems to be working.
Yeah, you
Really?
sound amazing. Yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm
I'm
better
going to do it
than
this way from now on.
it so when Bluetooth cut down, do they still sell phones or the products? Are they still keep up on it?
Huh?
Yeah, Bluetooth down.
You sound like you're underwater.
They made a big thing about since no one's using Bluetooth technology and their stock has went down so
Mhm.
far, they're going to discontinue Bluetooth.
Yeah, Bluetooth is used all over the place. Keyboards,
That's
mice,
what they said on the news about
those
they're
are
going to be
used.
discontinuing Bluetooth. It's
Yeah.
all profit.
Nobody's going back to wired after they've had Bluetooth.
Who's discontinuing Bluetooth? Maybe one or
Bluetooth
two companies, maybe.
Companies, they were saying that it wasn't that, they didn't have that many people that were using the product.
Well, silly.
I don't know how many months now. Outdated. Outdated.
It was never dated. The entire industry.
Well, they're shutting them down. They're done with Bluetooth. It's like there's no money in the product, so they're gonna move on. Yeah, it's
low-powered wireless transmission, localized wireless transmission for things like earbuds and headsets and keyboards and mice and what else? This watch has got Bluetooth on it.
From what I've heard of it, they're losing money from it, and they would.
Who is
Bluetooth?
Who is
Bluetooth?
Bluetooth is not a company in itself.
Yeah, it is.
I believe it's a federation, actually. I think it comes under the.
Don't make me Google this shit. I know for a fact it is.
It's a federation. It's not a company. No. It's a federation of different companies. No, Bluetooth is, especially in the audio industry, it's well.
On here, they went on national TV.
Bluetooth Technologies website right here. Bluetooth
No,
market.
yeah, that's not Bluetooth. That's another company.
Bluetooth.
And I'm losing battery, so I'm gonna switch headsets.
Okay.
I mean, Bluetooth technology has
Bluetooth technology is not related to.
Yeah.
They're the ones that make the.
Yeah, they're the ones.
Make TV, the machines.
They're the ones that set up your earphones and your earbuds and everything. They're the big dogs.
No, they're not. Who owns Ericsson holds the foundational patents for the Bluetooth technology invented by G. Patterson in 1994, whereas Ericsson developed the technology. It is now managed by the Bluetooth Special Interest Group, a non-profit organization that licensed the technology and trademarks to over 35,000 member companies.
Non-profit, my ass.
Yes, they are. Again, do some research into this Bluetooth Special Interest Group. And we're looking at the key patents.
Did you pay for those earbuds, man?
The ones that I use all the time, yeah.
Yeah, you paid for them.
How much were they?
I paid, well, that's a poor question because I never pay RRP.
Well, just tell them like in a And when it comes to like English money, how much was it? Maybe about 30
I
bucks.
paid for what was it? It was the Jabbas 7 Pro or Elite 7 Pros. I think I paid originally roughly £65.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, right. So that would have been about
I'm not sure what the retail price. In fact, I don't believe that Jabra even produces those earbuds anymore. And I've had to replace them twice because first time they failed because of I think it was just some amount of liquid or dust or something that came into it. And the second time, I actually lost one, so I had to replace that one.
I was so glad when you lost that earbud. By the way, the new ones that you got freaking work beautifully.
Yeah. I'm talking about the new ones.
Oh God, so yeah.
So yeah, I've replaced these new ones twice now. But I use them. I like them because they've got amazing microphones for my voice. When it comes to Bluetooth microphones, it's also a bit iffy because it's related to the tone of your own voice. I find, and also they've got on a single charge, each earbud has an 8-hour life expectancy.
Yeah.
So 8 hours per earbud between charges, which is perfect for me if I'm out and about doing stuff. That's an entire working day for me.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
when they were talking about all that, and I just like ever since when that thing about all the gas, there's one part of Bluetooth has part of equipment that here in the U.S. they watch out for, but people were getting into the gas at the gas station and putting these devices up inside the gas where you pay with your credit card and install it in, and what it does, it reroutes your card number, your the whole card number, and with your PIN number as well, back to the location of where they're setting up at to copy all your data from your card.
Okay, that's more related to NFC rather than Bluetooth. I would imagine.
But that's what they were
doing. Two completely different technologies.
Well, no, but from the same company, but they were they found out about it.
Okay, so it's one specific company.
Yeah.
Again, you cannot brush the entire industry with industries plural due to the action of one company.
Well, that's true. Well, no, I was just saying the company found out about it and put the stop, let it out that watch out because when you go into the pay your gas on the gas on the machine, to be aware because
stop it.
If it's been shown that
just behave, just hang out,
cut, not use it hard.
Okay, yeah, but you're talking about.
Sorry about that. I thought I was muted. Talk to the dog.
Okay. Okay. You just totally made me lose my track of thought.
I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah. But yeah, you can't blame the entire industries just for the actions of one company.
I wasn't saying about blaming. I was just saying that people, they go to the point where they use stuff like that, and companies got to watch out. And when they do find out, that I don't much blame them for set it up to where next time they add a little bit more to it, to where you can't do that to that limit of spying on people's information, like your credit card and your credit card number, where you can make a duplicate of all that. and then sell it.
Well, it's really for the users, for the customers to be more aware of how they use that technology.
That's
It's
true.
really
Actually, you know
important.
what? You're right about that because even it's too far integrated. Everything has Bluetooth now, so even if it's not being used for normal Bluetooth purposes, it will be repurposed for something. I think it's already multi-purposed. I mean, you can transfer files, you can play music. I mean, it's already multi-purposed, but
Oh, yeah, but they
I
found
don't
out.
see it going anywhere.
Yeah, but what I found out too is that YouTube has like its own band
Its own
frequency,
bandwidth, correct?
and how you can like I forget what they said about that device. If you have like a phone or something that picks up that signal from that device, you can track it through that phone because since it's all on the same frequency, or you can look through the place where it's at.
Bluetooth by the nature of its
Well, wait, hold
technology
on.
has got a very limited range.
Very
I mean,
extremely limited range.
Yeah,
I will tell you that.
gas station in your town.
Well, but
no,
the
I
thing
mean
is,
a lot more limited.
but you talk about the phone being traced. Your phone is the most trackable thing that you own.
Well, no, I was talking about that device that they were sticking in the gas pump. Okay. And
Okay.
where it was transmitting the data from that gas pump to the location where they're copying all that data, your name, your card number, the PIN numbers, and what you put down as credit card number.
You have to turn off the NFC function on your phone
No.
in order to block that.
If it's related to payments, then it's probably done within the network. So once you've handed over your details to the cashier, so when you've handed over your payment method to the cashier, that cashier will log that, or that machine till will log that information and then send, and then
Oh yeah, if you go in,
payment is
yeah.
successful, and that's probably where it's
I was
compromised.
talking about the card reader outside on gas tank, gas pump. They went in and popped the thing open and installed that in, and then closed the gas pump back up. And nobody recognized what was going on.
It's being compromised somewhere within the shopping infrastructure rather than actually at the level of your card. That makes sense.
But that's how
it's supposed to. That's why they're putting chips in the cards now. It's supposed to be detectable and readable, even if your magnetic chip doesn't work. It's supposed to be usable and detectable by our wireless technology. That's the entire point.
Well, it's NFC, isn't it? So it still has
that
to
too.
make. And NFC is even limited. Has even more limited range than
right.
You've got to really be physically close to the card. You've got to almost touch the card.
Yeah.
Or
yeah. People get these card readers off of Amazon for $10, and they'll just bump into somebody, and boom, they got all their information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the same thing with your identity as well, your ID.
This is one reason why all these RDFI wallets are so popular. One reason why I've actually done the cheaper form of RDFI by just sticking glue and some silver foil over some card and slipping it into the pocket of my wallet.
Yeah, I used to do that.
Which does exactly the same purpose.
I used to do that.
It's the same purpose.
But then I found that to be a bit of a pain. So what do I do? What I do instead is I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I have multiple accounts. I have literally a wallet with a bank card in it that's never got more than $50 on it, with an old ID, and and it's a Velcro wallet. If I lose it, who gives a crap? But that's what I go outside with.
Yeah, but if you lose it, you can cancel the card straight away by just phoning off your bank.
Yeah, and even if you don't cancel in time, it's what, $50. So what?
or in the US, yeah, I know you get charged for everything if you deal with bank. But in the UK, I could say, even if I realise 5 days later this card's been compromised, closer, any sort of money that's been taken out, there needs to be an investigation in.
Yes,
and they will, without any additional charges to me.
Yeah, I've been through that process, and it depends upon your banking institution. That could take 3 business days, or it could take 90 days.
Well,
So
yeah,
I'd rather not even bother with it.
Yeah, but you know, really sad. My bank, okay, I got a union bank, okay, and they do a whole lot better than a regular bank.
You mean like a credit union?
Yeah, he's talking about a credit union.
Credit union? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
My credit union, actually, someone was trying to debit my account for $500 at Walmart. Okay. Identity theft and all that. Well, when they recognized something was up and called me and found out that, okay, that they recognized it was a day next, it was the following day when all that happened. And when they came across it, they actually called me up to find out. I said, no, I never was at the store. I have an account there at the store, and the store told me to go and sign up for PayPal because it's a lot more reliable than at the store. Because with all the hacks that was going on in stores and all that, but you take a lot deeper chance of all your information getting hit. Well, when you stop to think about, look at if you would stick your information in each store that you go to, it's a lot easier for me to have PayPal than, because if each store has PayPal set up, I can just have it set up where it's all being paid through one place.
Okay, I've made this argument a few times now. I appreciate why North Americans like PayPal. The consumer banking regulations in the US are extremely weak, are extremely short. And therefore, having a middleman that is regulated gives you an extra level of protection. However, in the European Economic Area, EU, UK, and other European countries, we've got much stronger banking regulations. And I always make the argument that because we've got stronger banking regulations, and why should we risk
This is where
our
the price
data
for
with
Bitcoin
a
finally began
third-party
to fall.
middleman, PayPal, as well as providing our data to the banks?
Well, they work together, they do. Because like with my bank, okay, where my bank has told me, because if, like, okay, when you order something like through eBay, and the people that selling stuff and all that, if they don't ship the stuff to you, and or if something happens in the process of you not getting your product that you bought for, and there are people sitting there saying that they never, well, if they can't come up with whatever happened to the product that's supposed to be shipped to you, well, like my bank will work with PayPal. Well, I don't know, but they go after them.
Yeah.
They do, the people that you ordered that stuff from, And with Indiana has that law in the state of Indiana that they go after people like that. If you owe money to someone there and the bank, they have that law in the state of Indiana that if you if you owe money to for rent, electric, someone there, or any of that stuff, and if you do not pay, they'll take you to court over it. The institution will. And PayPal as well. Back in, if you had what PayPal can do, well, the bank, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Again, I appreciate it from a US stance where your consumer banking laws are pretty weak compared to in the UK. But in the UK, I take the opinion is because we've got extremely strong consumer banking laws and insurance and data protection laws. Why risk my data with an extra company? PayPal in this case.
That's actually a good question he was trying to ask you. It's like, what exactly kind of protections are you talking about? Because from my point of view, from what I'm seeing, like Europe is really, really crumbling, and England is. I mean,
we are talking about protections that have been around since late 60s, early 70s,
and you're talking about
Consumer Protection Act is 1972.
A lot of that shit's coming out of Scandinavia, and they're actually showing how like Norway is investing all of their money into the stock market, and they're not even investing back into Norway. It's into other interests outside of the country.
Well, that's that's
risky.
Consumer banking rules rather than sort of more corporate sort of interest.
The Norway, they show that they're the top one in anywhere when it comes to making money. Their investments are paying off really high.
Yeah. You are conflating. You are conflating standard consumer purchases with.
No, literally, they're talking about this on the CBC and even in England. Like
you are conflating.
They're not even investing the money of Norway's freaking people back into
We're talking about day-to-day consumer purchases.
No. The country itself is investing all of its money, its economy into. Let me say it. You're causing an echo. They're actually freaking investing their economy into the stock markets, and they're investing it into other countries and not into their own country at all. Like
when you say the country is doing it, you mean like government?
The government, yes, it is the government doing it. Oh. They've literally.
They probably know something nobody else does.
Well, they got over $10 billion put back from 1999 when they started the account. That's when they started.
Well, being a player in the global economy, as far as the stock market is concerned, I'm thinking that they may know something. I mean, what's the exports there? What's the major exports? Do they contribute to the rest of the world like China or the U.S. does?
No. What they do is when they invest their money into, like when you start building construction in your country, okay, and you do construction, implement your energy buildings and all that, or you need to borrow money, they're there to loan the money to you.
What I'm saying is the point of the stock market is to be able to be a global player. What country was this again?
Norway.
Norway has a big fishing export. I don't know about too much else.
Well, no, they just don't have the fishing thing. They don't.
You know?
No, they got where we call it when you go visit, when you go.
Well, what's their major export?
Yeah, no, I'm saying like people go to Norway. Their bills really expensive there. Okay.
Because if you have a country that doesn't have a lot of resources for importing or exporting, rather, you're getting on the global market.
Well, they got
Okay.
It's kind of the way to go.
Okay. Norway's primary exports as of 2026: mineral fuels and oil, seafood, metals, specifically aluminium, nickel, iron, and steel. Technologies, so computers and medical apparatus. Defense technologies, including naval missiles and maritime electronics.
Yeah.
And recent trends, record oil exports in April 2026 surged by 86% year on year. So yeah, it's mainly technologies, metals, seafood, and fuels.
But at the same time, Norway's setting it up where less and less contain to fossil fuel. They're wanting to slowly.
No. They, like I said, the crude oil exports surged by 86% year on year. The primary export is petroleum, gas, crude oil, and refined products.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about there in Norway. They want to set it up where they're
okay. So I ended up pulling up what I was what we're talking about now. The Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund, the government pension fund global. Let me read this. Invests almost all of its oil revenue outside of its own country, a strategy designed to prevent domestic inflation and ensure long-term wealth for future generations, according to them. Now, the foreign investment, the fund holds up to 1.3 trillion in assets, including shares in thousands of companies globally. In the Norway rule, the government rarely spends more than 3% of the fund's value annually, ensuring the principal remains untouched. Now, avoiding Dutch disease. By not spending the money domestically, Norway avoids overheating its local economy and destroying other industries. Now, CBC,
yeah, I mean, I think they might have it figured out.
I would have to look at the bigger picture here and look at the long-term forecasts on this one to make up any. You should have given us more information beforehand, or plenty of time beforehand, so I can actually look at the data.
Well, I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
Why I do that is because I need to allow you to learn how to think outside of the box, and whenever I do these things,
snap!
I mean, I can look at financial assets if you just give it to me there and then. I do know how long it takes to review these documents. Do you know how long it takes to review spreadsheets and data points on? It's not a 5-minute job.
Now here in about another 20 minutes, we're going to be doing Untethered. That's going to be the political edition. Now this is where things are going to get good. We're going to talk about stuff like that. Okay. We're also going to talk about the parliament and the local elections that just took place. That's something that.
Sorry. I just looked at some figures. Norway's top 10 exports. Fuel and oil, 62.2% of total exports. Fish,
Wow.
9.7% of
Wow.
export. Electronic machinery equipment, 4.1%. Machinery, including computers, 3.7%. Aluminium, 3.2%. Optical, technical, and medical apparatus,
So I was
1.4%.
quite right.
Vehicles, 3.9%.
You wanna hear
Nickel,
I was kind of right. They have a fish market. It's the second
Yeah.
largest, not the biggest, but oil and fish. Wow, those
Yeah.
things they don't go together.
Here's the real funny part. They don't even rank up there as one of the third power in the like
interesting thing about Norway is
they
that
don't
they've
consider
got access to the UK North Sea drilling. Whereas, because of our stupid net zero laws, we can't drill in our own North Sea.
Oh,
But
wow.
Norway can. So Norway drills in our North Sea and then exports
Sells
the
it to
fuel
you?
to
What?
the UK.
the things that I was asking you about. That's the one I was asking you about. They found that big oil thing next to the UK, and they piped it in from the ocean into the UK. Is that what they're doing?
Well, I mean, and the infrastructure. I know it costs a lot of money to build an oil operation. The infrastructure for that sort of thing. So maybe it's just cheaper just to pay a neighboring country to do it for you.
We've had infrastructure in the North Sea. We've been drilling in the North Sea since what, 50s, not
Really?
earlier. Yeah,
Okay.
up to quite recently, due to our stupid Miliband net zero, save the world sort of global emissions.
Save the world, we're going green, and then pays your neighbor to do everything that you were doing.
Yeah.
I love that. That is so sneaky. You Brits, you really do it.
How your country and UK? I mean, oh boy, I'm gonna have one of these. Sorry about it.
Well, I think it's funny because we were talking about Bluetooth earlier. Bluetooth, the symbol of it is a Norwegian or Viking symbol. Yeah, look it up. Bluetooth, the symbol, the logo.
Yeah, because if you look on, and some of the writing,
it's
like
after Viking King, blue somebody.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's something I heard a long time ago.
I think I've heard that one before. Yeah.
But you look on some of the stones and from there, and it does have going around the stones, lettering and all that. Old language, Norwegian language from back then. Welsh, English. Yeah, English, Welsh. Nothing.
The patterns actually means they did it.
Well, the pattern means things back at one time.
Okay.
And but they were, but Australia, Canada, they're upset about. They want to try to pull the same. They want to do the same thing. That's how we found out about Norway. Canada wants to do the same thing with their market, with their ideas, and people don't believe in what their politicians are talking about there.
Well,
And they're saying that what they talk about
Canada as economically screwed as Canada's as economically screwed as Britain is at this present moment.
and they already threw themselves in a lot of ways. They got from Japan a full plant, big old manufacturing plant there, all AI run. Only amount of people that's working there is 1,000 people, 1,000 something, and that's all. And
Yeah,
what-
was I
totally automated.
was reading. I think it's I can't remember which state it is. Oregon. At this present moment, could be Oregon. There's a large so-called AI company pushing into that state, and they're promising a lot of jobs. But in reality, the jobs are only related to the initial creation of the factory, of the data center. Once the building is built, once the infrastructure is created, there will be very little jobs. In fact, I heard in couple cases, on some of these bigger data centers, you're looking at something like 25 full-time jobs.
Yeah, but
Because it's all automated. So the argument is, the state senator is saying, "Oh yeah, there'll be plenty of jobs."
Yeah,
Sure. Whilst the building's being built, was I think
they're
it's
not
something
thinking
like
long term.
400 acres or something. There's going to be a lot of jobs short term.
Mm-hmm.
But once the buildings, the operations up and fully functioning, those jobs will just disappear.
Oh, just not that. But then after that all does get built, who's raking in the money from it? Okay,
Yeah.
How is it going to benefit the country and the people?
And also, if you think about it, these data centers need electricity, they need water.
Yeah, and who's going to have to pay for
And what is that going to
the economy?
what is that going to cause the local residential water and electricity prices to have? What's going to happen to local domestic water and electricity prices?
Well, that's a big thing in the United States right now. I've seen news reports after news reports after news reports. Reporters interviewing locals who now have to live next to a data center. Yeah, they say it's noisy. They have headaches. They say, the water bill's going up, electricity's going up. Yeah, everything you just said.
Okay, for perfect example, like his phone. Okay, if he's close to the building there, he might get some kind of interference from his phone, because with all that going on, we call that like electric coming from all that electronic.
Okay.
Or like the tower, if it's too close to a building that has all that stuff going on.
Well, just you wait, because these people are going to start complaining about mind control. I promise you.
Yeah, the old 5G is killing us all. Arguments. 5G is giving us COVID arguments, as we saw. All those stupid little arguments in the pandemic.
Can you imagine AI piggybacking on a frequency becoming a mental virus?
Well, that's one
that's a bit science fiction, eh?
They made a movie. They did.
Yeah, precisely in a movie.
No. I'm talking about where they it's a TV station, okay, and within that TV station, there was a group of people that paid this other guy to help with what the process that they created. And what it did is the guy that was running the TV station was his mind was manipulated. That's the way I can say. I'm not going to. He was manipulated to such an extent. What he was seeing was not actually was there, but he seen like a person going up to him, plugging him, and he would react like if it actually did happen.
Okay.
Okay.
What's that, Roger? What's that David Lynch film that we were talking about a couple of weeks ago? 1982. I can't remember what it's called now. But I had a very sort of similar. It was a horror film. No, it's, the name escapes me, but it's based upon that sort of concept.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if you remember the name of that, I'm gonna go download it.
And
It was a
and
Lynch
at the
film.
end of it, the guy was in the limousine with the guy from the government, and what they did is they put this device over the guy's head, and he sat there straight in the limousine, and was altering, finishing the process. Made him into it like a super soldier thing, where he obeys by what they say, no fear, no emotion at all.
Oh, I totally failed the Super Soldier program. It's actually a super slave program, so it's successful by not being converted.
Well,
But-
you don't have. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like I was saying, you know what? You there's plenty of different ways of doing something to people that if they do not know what's going on, like I was saying, you take like a certain sound. Okay, if you want to hurt someone, you hit them with a certain sound that irritates their nerve endings, like their arms, their head, where you want to stick your head in a hole because the sound hurts.
Yeah.
Okay, like
There's ultra. Yeah. That stuff
ultrasound.
exists. Yeah, it exists. There. Have you heard of the S Squad? It's called
No,
S Squad,
never.
but it's silent sound something system.
Like
Silent subliminal sound system. S Squad.
Yeah, you can take certain sounds and you can find out where does that sound go to your human mind, and to activate it to where you make them to do whatever you want.
The sound technology is so they have these things called spotlights. It's a literal like foam cushion looking thing. It's circular, like one of those glow lights. It's circular, and you can project sound anywhere you aim it at. They were going to put in supermarkets. You know, you stand in front of the bananas, and you get a message that only you can hear.
They did an experiment a couple of years ago in
they've been
UK,
experimenting.
in I can't remember which shopping centre it was, but it was to deter teenagers from.
Yes. I did a
crime.
documentary on that. Yeah, how they were creating weapons just to attack children. Yeah, I did several shows and a documentary on that specifically.
Well, you heard about that drug, didn't you? What they did in Vietnam to make the person extend their strength-wise, their adrenaline rush, and all that, where they stay up like for 48 hours, hyped up, ready to attack.
Well,
and it backfired. It did, and
yeah,
whole battalion wiped out, but one person survived.
What they tried to do with that, they tried to bring back the Vikings, like the Berserker. The Berserkers were found to have used a flower which is native to that region of Europe. They made it into a drug that was basically like cocaine, which is why they were able to be in the snow shirtless and rushing and attacking people and not even feeling their wounds until the battle's over.
No.
Much like the Ashtis
Norway
in Afghanistan in the 17th, 18th century.
There's another one too, that where you take some kind of tree bark, and you boil it. And I was seeing this on the thing. It was in another country, but this stuff has wire. I mean, it was a wiry type of drug. It is that for really hallucination, and it does quite a variety of things. But Norway, and what they would do too, Norway Vikings, on the boat before they get off the boat, their pedals, they would make sure the pedals were perfectly aligned with one another going around the boat. They would stand up and run on the pedals going around the boat. And the enemies would see this and thinking that it's electric, some kind of thing going on, like power, metrical powers or something, that this guy lost running around the boat on the oars. They're running on the oars.
Okay. By the way,
people were really into that.
the film I was thinking of was Videodrome, and it's not Lynch. It was David Cronenberg.
Oh, David Cronenberg. Yeah. Wait, which movie?
Video.
One of the best movies ever put out. Just saying.
Wait a minute, isn't that the guy with the silver orbs that develop knives and they follow you and stab you and stuff?
No. This is the one about the videotape. That if you watch it, weird shit happens to you.
Yeah,
Like The Ring?
No, like a VCR, dude. Like a VCR.
Yeah, they put that VCR into your stomach and it starts playing.
Oh my god, I gotta find this movie. That sounds freaky. I like the Cronenberg stuff.
1983 Videodrome.
Videodrome. That sounds familiar. Videodrome.
That car.
Quite a cult film, actually.
Have you guys seen The Car?
The Car.
1977?
The Car. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, man, that's one pretty good for 1977.
And I love the car movies and the car shows. Remember Viper? When that came out? Not to bring us too far off topic. Oh, I loved Viper. Oh my god. 1990s. I think 94. When the Viper just like came out, and it was just this guy had a color changing Viper that he evaded the law and did secret missions. Great stuff. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
This car, it does things to people on all that. It runs all through and it kills everyone. Okay, and you can shoot it, and there's not a thing.
Oh, this was like Supernatural, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This movie was top.
How many of those have they made? There's like tons of those.
No, this one, no.
Like Christie?
You have to see it.
Herbie?
This one actually came out for Christie would have been like the
I can barely hear you, brother.
Yeah. I know. I had to put
Get back onto your mic.
Yeah, we got Hanson squared again.
the thing is,
microphones sort of work and don't work at the same time.
the thing is, if I had to put a gate, right, keep it.
If I'm getting old, you have to speak up.
You were saying something about Christie. I really want to hear it.
Because
I love these car movies.
Well, Jay, get back on your microphone.
Well,
so we can...
and there was like a Road Warrior one, like where you race the car. If you lose, something happened to you.
It would just disappear from one area to another. Okay, this cop stopped it and tried to arrest the person that was in it. Windows are pitch black.
yeah, it's basically Chris is repainting the car.
Yeah,
Which, by the way, is not very scary because you can always take shelter from a car.
No.
Now, I would be more freaked out if it was a bulldozer, a possessed bulldozer.
No, this car was a bulldozer. It was built like a tank. It's one of them big armor cars.
Oh man!
Yeah. Now the pure black chrome on it. black
Mhm.
window. You shoot that sucker, you don't even see the bullet hitting it. And no doorknobs at all on the car. It knocks
Phasing
the
in and
cop
out of
back.
reality.
Yeah, but it
Yeah.
knocks the cop back, and then materializes, disappears to someplace else.
I have no idea.
By the way, so wait, which segment are we doing? Because I don't want to get yelled at again. Because I don't know what the hell we're doing. What segment were we?
I think we should be wrapping up the Mind Spill time.
Oh yeah.
This is mine.
Oh, okay. Social Network coming back soon. I haven't decided on a date, but TLB Talk is coming back.
Cool.
Now we
And hope I can change this into TLB Talk Table.
I'm still waiting for your schedule on these meetings.
Yes. Well, so now that I have Roger Landry here with me, I pretty much I'm gonna be the one running everything, but yeah, helped build them up. So yeah, I would like to have meetings on Saturdays. So that seems to be the day that we all aren't doing anything. I'm a weekend guy. I don't do anything on the weekends. So meetings have been on the Saturdays. I'll keep that tradition on Saturdays. It's not gonna be this Saturday. It might be next Saturday.
Okay, as long as it's relatively late on Saturdays, because obviously
late. What's late for you?
These shows tend to go on until 8 a.m. in the morning, as far as I'm concerned. On Friday.
Wow.
So yeah.
Well,
And
Friday is different.
Well, it goes into 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. Yeah.
He has to sleep. Yeah, you slave driver. The man's got to sleep sometime. Damn it.
Poor guy. I already freaking disciplined.
Oh snap! He's disciplining everybody.
I told him straight out. I was like, "Come on, kid, with you. You are no longer now."
I don't think I'm going to make it.
I've had earache. I've got a toothache.
Full line up tonight as well. So just to give you a prior warning. But
I've been out for like a week, bro. I didn't do the last show. The yesterday I had to come on today because I was feeling better.
I don't get that. Like he wants everybody to be proper, to go missing and all that.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. I couldn't go another full week without hearing from you guys. I just get these chronic earaches, and they're just they pop up like once every 3 weeks now. But it's getting warmer here, so it's getting much warmer here. I've been outside barbecuing since I've been on with you guys. The weather is beautiful here in Rockford, Illinois, and yeah, I shouldn't be having too many more earaches, but I got to deal with a tooth as well.
And to be truthful, I want to try and get at least some of it before Monday, because Monday I'm going to be celebrating my big 5-0.
What?
Yeah, indeed.
You're going to hit the century mark.
Why didn't you tell us, Mark? We should have prepared something for you for today.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, because I've been so ill and sick over the last.
Oh man, this should be the Mark Edwards' birthday show.
Lord Edward deserves a banquet, sir.
Yeah.
We cannot do any less than that.
Yeah. Well, you should have done that yesterday. You know that the reading. Oh wow. Turn into like a birthday bash. That would have been cool.
Well, maybe if I'm feeling fit on Monday, we could do a stream on Monday. Maybe.
Do you have the back page over there? I'll send you a birthday smash. Smash. Back page. That's where you get professional women.
Yeah,
professionals.
No,
It's called a
that's
back
cool.
page.
You don't have to go.
Ah.
The
all
back
you have to do is
page.
go Congress. You can get the one from there.
Back
No,
page.
yeah.
Wink.
Wink,
You
wink.
know what you call Congress? Line prostitute.
Microsoft had a product called Front Page. I wonder if there's any.
Oh god, that was an awful.
I
awful product.
wonder if there's any connotation
So,
to back page.
There was the worst HTML ID I've ever used.
Yeah, it was okay for a beginner, and then Dreamweaver came out. So
Yeah, I was a big user of Dreamweaver back in the version 3 branch.
Great song, by the way.
Dreamweaver.
Yeah. Yes. Wow. I don't know what you guys are even talking about. But Backpage,
Anyway,
yeah, was a thing. Like, I don't know. At least 10 years ago.
Is it still a thing though?
I don't know. I've never used it. So the only reason why I know about the Backpage is because before I ever started my first radio show, I was up here in Detroit and staying with a friend. I was doing research because his father owned a workshop, a machine shop, and I wanted to be able to build. So, okay, get this. I was only one material away from making two. I was missing two major things in order for me to have what's called quantum or magnetic invisibility. I literally
Wow.
I designed it myself, and I did research, and then I found that the University of Spain had made magnetic cloaking. So I went through and looked at their stuff. I was like, oh my god, I was only missing two core materials.
It was already made on
This was back 2014. Okay. Yeah. So I was building stuff, and
they got this stuff.
But I don't know why I got there. But yeah, so Detroit. Oh yeah, Backpage. So I was staying with a friend for those reasons, and my friend was kind of wacky, little weird. He would do weird stuff like take copious
He
amounts
wants to make friends.
Well, he would take large amounts of mushrooms, and this was so funny because this was so funny because he would get on his Skype and call everybody.
Come
on
on,
his
boys,
list.
don't bite.
And with everybody on his friends list, he would call them and tell them that his penis wasn't working.
Come on, boys.
Okay.
Yeah, because he took a bunch of shrooms and he took his phone, went to the bathroom, and told everybody, "Hey, I'm gonna go jack off." And so I was like, "Okay, see you when you get back." But he came back. He was like, "I can't get it up. So he started calling everybody, telling everybody he couldn't get it up. It was the most hilarious thing in the world. I was like, "How do you get prostitutes up here? Maybe a woman." And is it
before the drug?
It was. I'm assuming it's because of the mushrooms. I couldn't get it up. But I was like, "So how do you get prostitutes around here?" So he's like, "Oh my god, Backpage." So he started perusing Backpage, started asking women what they're willing to do. I mean, he started talking about bestiality, coprophagia. He started talking about all kinds of stuff. and he kept trying to bait these prostitutes off of Backpage. So I don't know. I know it had went down temporarily because of the so-called sex trafficking. These women were all self-employed. There was no pimps. There was none of that. These were street sex workers who employed themselves. It was consent.
Can somebody Google see if Backpage still a thing right now?
Please. I would love to know if it's still a thing. I know it came back up shortly after those claims of trafficking were debunked, but I don't know if it came back. Yeah, there were no pimps. we met up with a couple girls. There were no pimps. There's no trafficking involved. I didn't do anything. I just watched my friend troll.
The site owners were the pimps. They're the pimps.
You might be true. You might be true. We cannot rule that out as a possibility.
But does he charge? Do they charge money for being on the site? Or?
Well, I mean,
there you go.
No, wait. Well, I don't know if this. Well, so you got to pay for your ad on the back page, but as far as paying somebody for getting booty, no.
So with that being said, go ahead.
I always devolve the show. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's fine. Yeah. We have everything set up now. So you guys, right?
Please, okay, on me.
Please, somebody tell me if Backpage is open. Is this operating?
No, it's been gone for quite a long time.
For real?
So, yeah, they ended it quite a while back. It's not there anymore.
Roger knows.
Yeah, I know about all of that stuff.
You know about Backpage?
Bullshit, dude. I mean, come on.
You've been up here. Yeah.
You know better. You know I know about
Roger's
that
been around. Yeah.
You want to find something out about Pornhub, I can tell you all you need to know, man.
Yeah, Pornhub is number one part.
So step away. I'm gonna end the recording on this one, and then we'll come back and we will get started with Untethered. And I've got all the talking points on that. That's going to be good. We're going to talk about, like I said, the British Parliament and the local elections. I want to talk about some of the stuff we were finding out about Canada too, with the stuff going on there, and also something that nobody's talking about on the internet. Before you interrupt, let me say this: the frickin' the poultry industry here in the United States. That's a big topic that nobody's talking about. So I want to.
I've been talking about it.
So I want
to. Have you noted down tomorrow's protest in London?
What?
Yeah.
Protest?
We'll get London, another one?
Step away, get yourself what you need, and we'll be back and we'll get into it, okay?
Okay.
It's gonna be good. It's like I said, this is gonna actually be a good episode, so.
So that's so we don't even sign off on Minds Roundtable, man.
Wow, dude, you keep doing this. What are you talking about? He just does that to instigate.
Please don't make Roger mad. Please don't.
No,
I don't like a mad
dude,
Roger.
No, I'm trying to make Roger mad. He just starts the shows and then he sits back and lets everybody talk and stays all quiet.
We have never.
Roundtable is not my thing, man. It's not my thing. I'm gonna wait until
I've already got chewed. I've already got chewed. I don't want to see him mad.
No, he has always said, "Well, we aren't doing introduction. We've never done it on this show ever, ever." And he always does it. This has been like 4 freaking years, dude.
Wow. Well, I mean, you do it on your other shows, and just okay. That you don't do
it blends. Show. So in my defense, it blends. You don't know what you're doing sometimes, and as a panelist, and as a guest, and as a host, I can tell you whenever someone is lost in what you're doing. As a good host, you have to take that opportunity to re-explain what the show's about. No host will deny that.
I call Roger's bluff. When we started doing this, we did do intro and outro and channel, contact page and all that stuff that you are doing on your other shows right now.
Whoa.
Okay? And then at some point you stop doing that. And okay, so since then you haven't been doing that. But
if that happened, it would have been
I wasn't
around
in
the
the meeting.
second year. It would have been around the second year when everybody just went freaking nuts. Or maybe it was the time that Karma decided to pull her freaking dildo out of the freaking coffee table. You know, or
Yeah, I guess that's when you. Yeah, it could be, but it's some sort of like unspoken rule that I wasn't told about. So
I
keep
was
bringing it
never.
up.
Nobody told it to
Can
me
somebody
either.
remind me what the point of this show is about?
It's all that's yeah. I mean, seriously, like
It's like
I've
it's
never,
like Seinfeld, okay?
I've never remembered Minds Roundtable ever being organized, ever.
Well, in Canada. Well, I've seen your twin on a TV show. You know, the person looks like close to you.
See, these post-show chats are the more interesting part of the stream.
Well, Robert thinks that freaking Mark is a Klingon, just to put it out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
I'm so glad
I
you haven't seen me
tend to
yet.
agree. I tend to agree.
You look at it.
But V is also a bit of a Klingon, I think.
I'm just glad he hasn't seen me yet. That's all I can say. He thinks Mark looks like the freaking.
No, he's seen you already. He thinks you're a predator, like the off the Predator with the dreadlocks.
I love it. That was my profile picture on Gab for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
What was your profile picture?
The Predator. A Predator. Like the alien. Yaoja.
Yeah.
Yaochu is what they call him.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I love my dreads. I love my sleek face.
Well, the one from Canada, there's a guy that just show a little bit of a thing, but he looks identical to him. What?
I was gonna say he's not Lieutenant Worf, is he?
No, not the guy from Canada. I'm saying the guy from Canada. He has a person that was on a movie thing showing a preview of the movie. It looks like could be his twin brother almost, or him. When I saw that, I looked at Roger. I said, I've seen something. He looks like it's close to him.
When I look at Mark Edworthy, all I can think of is Edgar Allan Poe for some reason.
Well, not
Come on.
UK. I'm talking about I forget the one that it's THANH. I can't think of it.
Has Robert been talking about me all this time?
Yeah, I was saying looks like
I have no idea what the hell he was saying.
Well, there's a person looks identical to you on TV. On TV.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And when
What's
I saw
his name?
I thought of you. That's how much this person looks like you.
Well, you know, all Asians look the same.
Well, no.
Okay, just since we're on a break, hold on. Let me interrupt you. Let me interrupt you. I gotta get this off my chest. All right, listen. There were two guys in a bar, right? One of them was a Jew, and the other one was a Chinese man. You know what? The Jew stood up and punched the Chinese guy in the face. The Chinese guy was like, "What was that for?" "That was for Pearl Harbor." And the guy was like, the Chinese guy was like, "That was the Japanese." And the Jew was like, "Oh, Chinese, Japanese, it's all the same." And then the Chinese guy punched the Jew in the face. The Jewish man in the face. He said, "What was that for?" "That was for the Titanic." He said, that was an iceberg. Okay, iceberg, Steinberg, whatever. It's all the same. Sorry, I had to put a dad joke in there.
I don't know, iceberg, Steinberg, it's a little far-fetched.
I love my dad jokes.
Yeah.
There goes another strike on YouTube.
Oh, snap. I totally forgot. This is not a private call.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. That was All right. Well, you know what? How about this for a joke? So there's a guy, right? He found a lamp. He rubbed it. A genie came out,
Okay.
Was that male or female?
and the genie was like, "Hey, you've got 2 wishes." And the dude was like, "Hey, what the hell's going on? You're robbing me. What kind of genie are you? 2 wishes? What the hell's going on? What kind of genie are you?" And the genie was like, "Look into your pants." And the guy looked into his pants and saw his member was gigantic. And the guy looks up to the genie, and the genie was like, "I've been doing this for millennia. What's your next 2 wishes?" Yeah, I love it. I'm gonna hit up an open mic and just dad jokes all night long one day.
Suitable for family viewing.
Well, he wasn't explicit, so you know. You left it to your imagination, so
Yes,
it's all good.
I didn't say any sexual words. I just said member. Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, I interrupted Robert. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Fuck. Excuse me. Oops. I didn't mean to say that.
Robert, if you can find out what that guy's name that looks like me, that'd be
Well,
cool.
I don't know. It was difficult.
Maybe Roger can help you Google.
On TV here, over here.
How long ago was this?
Well, you see him on a commercial. You see him every once in a while on the commercial.
Now?
But you gotta have a ROCK. That what is that right there on there? It's where you get you
What does that spell? Roki. Roki.
Yeah, Roki. You gotta have Roki, and it's on there. It is on a commercial for the news thing.
Okay.
And the guy, he's another thing, but on that he reminded me so much of you. I thought, man,
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, it was really surprising.
I might even know who you're talking about, but without a name. There's a few of them. Asian. Is he a comedian or? Yeah.
Well, not really. He's more of a get-go
actor.
Guy.
Or?
You know, he'll fight you on the movie and all that. I mean, if it looks like the same guy that you see him in movies and on some shows too. I just can't. I don't know his name, but this guy looks so much like you. I thought, man, that's just weird. So, for the likeness from you to him, I told Roger about it.
Roger, you know what he's talking about, or did he go for a smoke?
He went to go get some coffee and that.
As soon as I get back to my computer, I'll do some Googling. Image matching.
Well, Roger, he didn't see, but he knows when I told him it was on there on the TV. It was,
He agrees with you that the guy looks like me?
I don't know. I just told Roger. Come out there and
I never agree with Robert on anything. Robert is crazy. He thinks that Mark is a Klingon.
Right.
So
And I am a
just got a little bit
famous
of
Chinese actor.
Look like Lieutenant War. You know, brown. skin, hair, mustache.
Maybe Robert. Maybe you're mixing up V with Mark. V would look more like.
Well, V
Actually,
actually V does look like a predator off the movie Predator.
He does.
He
Now that
really
he
does
mentioned
look
it.
like it.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
I'm going to go out and, well, first I'm gonna roll a cigarette and then I'm gonna go smoke outside.
Well,
And,
Where do you went for your cigarette? Where have you gone?
well, I had to kind of like go through and make sure that all my talking points were right, and I found out that I didn't put all the stuff that I wanted to put on about Starmer in there, because that's actually the biggest news, to be honest with you. Starmer in the UK local elections.
Mark's gonna love this.
What's English?
About the thing about like overseas. About how
Speak Chinese. Full English.
going to set it up where they're doing.
Not at all.
They want to build something over there, but they're getting all the
No.
something to do there. They're going there to Africa. That's one country over there.
Everything on the news. Every single thing.
I'm gonna step away, do the smoking my
Move the
cigarette.
pot to the other stove. It's gonna spill. The way you leave it like that. I'm rolling. Sorry, guys. I'm rolling all over the house.
Okay.
I will be settling down in a few minutes. Still chores to do right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's kind of like that's about as close as it gets to it.
Oh yeah. Didn't some? Yeah. Watergate. Yeah.
They're wanting to step it down, like by all.
Well, they were showing on her just now that he looked sound like he did, open up the door for that other guy to come in, and well, he has to go through the process of getting the bids in, or however the process is. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so this is Roger Landry's phone, and he's going to be joining us for the next episode.
Oh, okay.
So, all right. There you go.
How you doing, Roger?
Yeah, if you
Roger
want to
Landry.
walk around outside,
I
where it's
got
nice,
it.
where
I
you're
got
not
a
bothering
number.
setup.
I know Roger Hand.
The backyard's huge.
It'll be right here. There's somebody out there.
Yeah. How you doing, Roger?
Hello?
Yeah. I'm saying hi. How you doing, Roger?
I'm doing fine.
That's good. This is Robert Hanson.
Hello, Robert.
Okay. How you guys been doing?
Well, would you like to talk to the main man here?
Oh, well, I have been talking about. I was just wanting to say, I just want to know how you're doing as a person.
I'm doing fine. I mean, I have issues. That's part of the reason why I'm living over here. But as far as today goes, yeah, I'm in good shape.
Okay.
You roll around up here. I'll be in the basement.
Well, I just figured that you would want. I just figured talk to you as well. Make I just figure everyone wants to talk. I would just like to know how you're doing. So we're in between the stations right now. So I would just figure that. Well,
I have memory issues. That's my main problem.
You as a person, I would like to get to know you as well too, because not have a
Okay, well,
conversation with one person, but with everyone.
I have been working with Anthony doing shows for the Liberty Beacon, which was my radio show, for years. So I'm quite comfortable here. And if Anthony feels that this is important enough for him to do a show, then I've got to tell you, you're sitting very, very high in my book.
Oh, okay, that's good. Well, I was just trying. I know that you talk about things that you have done, and you yourself, no one else. I just but you remember all the good times that you had doing when you do your shows and you put your website together, and a wide variety of other things.
Well, I'm ex-Navy, and I was a high-level petty officer in nuclear submarines. So I do have a lot to talk about, but it depends on what you wish us to talk about.
Oh, yeah. I can understand. Like my dad told me when he was working at making nitro at the plant before it blew up. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know. When does your show start?
Oh, well, not yet. I'm getting things lined out to make mine. But, well, I just figured, well, I'm learning from all of you about that, about the different things, what you do, how you handle things, all that, to where I am somebody who has been curious beyond belief. I spent my entire life trying to find out things that nobody would give me an answer for. So doing something like this puts a smile on my face. Yeah, it's like people. I'm always curious about things and all that, and I ask you the same thing because it's like the submarine. Okay. Well, they said that there were varieties of levels of the submarine, and they showed that like from the diesel submarine to nuclear submarines.
Yes.
And
I started out, my very first submarine was a diesel submarine. And and when I went to my first nuclear submarine, it was like going from day to day.
My dad's brother, he was in the Navy as well too. And
cool.
And I had another one he was real high up. He would overlook the tanks, check the tank complements and all that to verify what to see what damages are the tanks are in, if they're any good to keep running or not.
Yeah.
He was doing all that kind of stuff, going to base and doing all that.
Well, I was a sonar technician, so it was up to me, and for the last couple of years I was the lead petty officer of that sonar division. And what I did and what my group did was we listened to everything that was going on in the ocean and told the captain or whoever the chief petty officer was at the time running the ship what we had found, whether it was a Russian vessel, whether it was a Chinese vessel, whether it was a non threatening vessel, and we basically kept the ship, the submarine, out of danger and out of what we would classify as the enemy's eyeballs.
Yeah, but you learn too about like certain things that come with certain like sounds and depth of the sound.
Absolutely.
You can tell the difference.
Absolutely. Depth is important, and sound is important. Yes.
Yeah, because people, when like what I was referring to, if you take sound, you can like if you want to find out, like, okay, like certain sound makes metals do certain things, like how you say
Exactly.
harmony.
Exactly, and you can tell how many blades are on a propeller by looking at the frequencies as they hit the equipment,
Yeah,
and
rotation
you
of
see the
blade.
separation.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So we could hear the engines, we could hear the reactors if they're running high speed. There were a lot of things that we could pick up to classify contact.
Yeah, and you would think too, like you said, that the heat from the reactor, you hit them with a special thing, and the way the signal could tell
I don't know
you.
how much sugar that's Dave, but here.
Hold on one second. Can
Okay.
you turn this off? Do you know how to turn it off? I can barely hear him.
Oh wow. Oh,
Oh, hi.
wait, check 1, 2, and 2. Keep talking.
Hello.
Yeah, but what I was referring to is like when people.
Oh, it's Robert. Robert's sound, his IO needs to be boosted. His IO needs to be drastically boosted.
What about mine?
Can we work on that?
What about
Wait
my
till
IO?
my brother gets back.
Yours is great. Everybody's is great, but Robert's.
Oh,
No, I think, as far as I can see, Robert's fairly okay.
Can you hear me? Well,
yeah,
I can hear you.
perfectly.
okay.
Listening to YouTube
I
live.
just wanted to be sure.
But it's like for types of metals and all that. The pressure for each metal, I know that it goes by cubic feet or inch to make a certain sound for metals would start losing intact, because they say that when you get it nice and hot, like either hot, cold, and when you use like salt manipulates, breaks down metal as well. And
well, one of the things that we use to classify contacts is the noise they make, because there is a sound signature for every single Russian type of submarine, every single German type of submarine, so on and so forth. And our job as sonar technicians on submarines was to learn what everything sounded like, so that when we heard it over our sonar system, we could classify the contact. And sometimes, if we got a good convergence zone in the ocean, we could classify a contact that was 600-700 miles away.
man, that's good.
Well, the ocean, the salt water, due to its density, it transfers sound very, very well for long distances.
So clean water compared to salt water don't work as good as salt water does.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Salt water and clean water don't work as
Salt
good
water,
as the other.
Salt water would give you a better hearing, a better understanding of what you're listening to, because it's denser. And the denser the water is, and the salt makes it more dense, the more sound and the higher levels of sound that can be transmitted.
Oh, okay.
So salt water will give you the ability to classify a contact quite a bit further away than just regular non-salt water.
So, like, if you're in the North Pole, the same thing would be required there. Because if you take the ice and the sonar goes through the ice to hit something and comes back to you, wouldn't that be about the same thing?
Well, if you're talking about melted ice, then it may not be quite as strong as if you were, say, down on the equator. Okay? But if you're up where the water is frozen, and it does melt, you're probably going to be able to determine certain things that I guess would transmit the highest levels of sound through the water, but you're not going to have the clarity you would have otherwise.
Well, could you use like a, what you call it, a thing that makes a certain frequency where you can modulate it? There's a device in the submarine that you can modulate the signal for the type and where you're at.
Yeah, you can modulate the signal, but the thing of it is, what most people don't understand is, and you see it on movies, they're always going ping, ping, ping. Submarines don't do that. Submarines only transmit an active frequency if they're about to shoot a torpedo. And then they take a final bearing, and they need the most accurate bearing possible, so they do one ping, and then they shoot. Other than that, submarines, the biggest plus they have is their ability to remain hidden. So you're only going to make a transmission to give you that accuracy when you're ready to fire. Otherwise, you're basically giving away your position.
Yeah, but during that time when they were showing that about a submarine on top of the submarine, the one-man submarine during World War, okay. Then that would have been even more of a difficult, we call it maneuverability, when you start thinking about it, because you got a second sub on top of the bigger sub, current, and with all that weight.
All that weight, and not only that, but if you have a, and there are cases where we do have small submarines that are mounted on big submarines to take them places, and the only problem with that is you're not going to hear that small submarine until it clears far enough away from the carrier submarine, because the carrier submarine is putting out more noise than that tiny submarine is.
Yeah. Do you have a thing like
sonar only locks in on sound. That's all it does.
Yeah, but don't we call it metal detector, like having a metal detector system on board, where you can locate certain types of metal, or like in cases of like searching for an object, like a satellite fell into the ocean and you guys are looking for something like that would be a thing to have.
Yeah. It's not so much that is a capability. It isn't. Again, basically what is done is we listen for sound. We classify the sound as either an active transmission or engine noise or whatever, and that's what we're trained to do. We see a frequency, we know the contact, we know how many screws it's got, we know how many blades are on the propellers, so we can pretty much classify what it is, and then the rest of the classification comes from the noise it makes.
Oh, okay.
And I did that for 10 years. I tell you what, we found a whole lot of submarines when I was doing it. I wouldn't have done anything else in the Navy other than that. Once I found out what we were doing and how accurate these computer systems were that ran these sonar systems, it was exactly what I wanted to do.
Let me ask you, they were showing one, and they were saying at one time that their idea was to take a size of a sub and multiply it, making it take a sub, and when they make a sub, they were making it quite, well, if you stick two subs together, that's how they were making it around, and about take the half of the sub and make it that long, add that to the size of the new submarine, with a reactor to a little bit more bigger for the extra power that is required, and oxygen for it, and make it where more sound to pressurize.
Yes. Well, submarines we do what's called test depth test, where we go out and we take the submarine down and I can't say exactly how far, but it's a couple thousand feet down, and we test the sonar because, again, the deeper you go, the denser the water is. The denser the atmosphere or the water is, the faster and the more in total sound travels. So if you're down at 2,000 feet below, you're going to hear something you'll never hear at 100 feet.
But doesn't it compete too on what type of metals are down there, if there is any that can interfere or disable that signal?
Okay, again, you make a damn good point, and it's like this. What I've been talking about is passive sonar, okay? Mm-hmm. What you're talking about is active sonar. That's where I send out a signal, a ping, and it bounces off what I feel is a contact because I've seen something on my sonar. And it bounces off and comes back, and then you realize, yes, I do have a contact. So the difference here is, if I'm just looking for something, I'm using passive sonar, so I'm not giving myself away. I'm listening, and believe it or not, they're very accurate and very sensitive. But as soon as I do find a contact of interest, and I know I want to shoot this contact, then I get the final bearing, and I use an active sonar to get that final bearing. It gives me a super accurate bearing to that enemy contact, and now I can shoot my torpedo.
Okay. And so, do another good question. Okay.
That's for sure.
Yep, all good.
And this is Roger. This is Roger. I will only speak when spoken to.
Okay.
It's actually sounding okay at the moment, so.
And my name is Roger. My name is Roger Landry. ROGERLANDRY.
I was gonna say, if Roger can't spell Roger, then I'm taking this whole platform from him.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Untethered. This is the political edition, and today I am welcoming our panelists to the show. First, we have my co-host Mark Edworthy. With him is Tan Hai Tran, my brother Robert Hanson, V, as well as Roger Landry. That is Roger spelled RODGER, not like me.
No D. No D.
No D.
Oh, no D. Oh, that even makes it even more.
What did I just say?
Roger Landry's name is the exact spelling of how Bob Dupp would pronounce your name, Roger, right?
Yeah.
Roger.
But it is ROGER. I know that Roger is spelled with a D sometimes, but not mine.
Excellent. Well, that's even better. I like you more.
That's just Mr. Hanson trying to make himself distinguished.
Yeah.
So today's episode, the political edition, is going to be very, very good. And the reason why I said that is because the UK has had their local elections, and Labour Party has freaking collapsed severely. I mean, they are at the end of their ropes. They're kind of like what we were saying about with the Democrat Party here in the United States. It's gotten so bad that Starmer, the Prime Minister, is losing support from his own constituents within the Labour Party. A couple of people who are working for him, which are a part of the Labour Party, has resigned.
Just on a minor point, it was English. I believe it was only English elections, local elections, and there was only a certain amount of constituencies that did the local elections. As an example, my the constituency that I'm in did the local elections last year. So, as far as I was concerned, I wasn't applicable to vote within this local election because last year.
No, I did say that it was a local election, right? If I
Yeah,
didn't,
yeah, but you said the United Kingdom, and it's
So what would be the difference? Like a Wales or a Scottish election or something else?
Yeah, Wales, Scotland, maybe United Kingdom is Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and England.
Okay.
Yeah.
But carry on.
Good call too there, because that's important to know. So you go according to party lines, basically. Like the Conservatives have their local elections at one time, and then the Labour would have.
It's a bit of a confusing situation because I'm not sure exactly how it works. It's based on constituency. It's constituencies. I think a minority of constituencies had their local elections last year, and where I am. But the majority of England had their local elections this year, once every 5 years.
Yeah,
4 years, 5 years. Yeah.
That makes sense.
We have elections every 2 years, and that's basically local, and we have elections every 4 years, and that's for the big people.
All right. So the interesting thing about this with the fall of the wake, or the thing is the interviews that I had heard concerning these elections. When it comes to what they were doing on the CBC, there was a lot of things coming out of there about Starmer and his pressure that was being applied to him to leave office because of the failure in the Labour Party.
You mean the BBC, right, Roger?
No, this was CBC that was doing it.
What the hell?
They did a big interview with him even on it, and
Why are you taking UK news from Canadian news?
Well, if you want to hear the truth, you don't listen to freaking CNN.
I was going to ask,
BBC.
have you heard any of the alternative news commentators? I mean, the Lotus Eaters as an example.
Well, the Lotus Eaters will just straight lie to your face when it comes to
I disagree on that point, but
we need to be clear that we are
eaters
of the ass.
I'm talking about that. You use the mainstream media.
Well, let's stick to what I was getting at here. When it comes to the whole idea of what I was seeing. Okay, I was actually watching CBC, and I heard out of Starmer's mouth straight up where he had been talking about his constituents and how he had lost favor with the woke party or the woke parliament or whatever it was. It was coming out of his mouth. Now, whenever I went to try to do a search on the interview and the references that he made of the woke party that's coming out of the Labour Party in the UK, it flat out denied the fact that he even said it. Okay. And he said it multiple times in his interview. Okay. And the interview was on Power and Politics, where he made the statement. It was certain.
You talked about the Monday speech, the speech they made on Monday.
Yes. And
Familiar. He used that term, the term woke, a couple times. If I remember rightly.
Right. Now if you go and you search for that, you're going to find out that these search engines and the AI has specifically said that he explicitly said nothing when it comes to the term woke. Okay. In the Labour Party.
At least I listened to the speech 3 times now. Because I've been so sick over the last week, the last couple of days. I've had plenty of time to listen to this rubbish. So I've listened to, and he used the term woke at least twice.
At least,
if I remember.
Yeah.
At least.
In reference to what? He used the term woke in reference to what, though?
Within the Labour Party. Well, first of all, I've been saying this for a while. Woke stem from the from the Labour Party in England, and I've said this over and over again. And for some reason,
you're right.
They want to deny the fact that wokeism came out of England for some reason, and I have no idea why they do.
I'm not so sure about that. There's a good argument.
Wokeism doesn't accuse anybody unless they are called out. Wokeism is a general term. It is.
Yeah.
So to use it in an explanation, unless you throw a name with it, then nobody should take offense from it. It is a fact. It's not even a guess. It's a fact.
That's a term. Yeah. But carry on, Mojo.
Now, instead, what they did is they switched it around, saying that he explicitly stated that he takes responsibility for losing support of the working families and traditional labor voters, rather than using the word woke. Okay.
Yep.
And I remember him talking about the working family. He did mention it, and he did mention labor voters, which was everywhere. But he did say that he lost a lot of support from the woke party members. Okay, and that was where it was. That's where I that's something that I found very interesting. That
I think in that respect, you're talking about the more extremist Labour members, the more extremist socialist members.
Well, see, the thing of it is that's so profound about that. That was the first time I've actually heard anybody within the Labour Party actually admit that there's wokeism within its own party.
Also, he criticised a lot of the electorate using terms like hateful for voting for reform. Connotation with the Reform Party with a issue of hate. The thing that he must not have realised at the time is by calling reform hateful, he's calling the voters of reform hateful. Therefore, he's calling potential future voters, potential Labour voters, as hateful.
Well,
that's like saying, vote for me, but you're all hateful. I really don't like you.
Well,
but
see, he's at a war with an actual Reform UK is actually a movement that's going on, and I think that's where he's attacking.
Party.
You know, Reform UK is the ones that he those are his opponents, and he's always been that way. If you ever noticed in a lot of his things,
Reformat's only been a political party for the last year or so, I believe.
well, they've been around a lot longer than
Yeah, they've been a long, but they've not. But they were a private sector organisation beforehand. It was only within last year or so that they became a party.
Well,
Personally,
that actually brings up a good point, though, because you were talking about alt media and everything. So this would be a good point to bring it up. Like, a lot of them have actually made the statements that Starmer sold his soul out to the woke politics and alienated his core base.
Yeah, which I would agree.
That has happened. That has happened in America recently quite often. So it's good to hear you say that, because I must agree with you. It's not just your part of the world. It's just about any part of the world that has, a hand in what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Tan, you in Canada, and it's extremely evident that similar sort of politics is happening in Canada at this present moment.
How? Which? I don't. There's no collapsing of any party anytime soon in Canada.
No, but it's the what's the denigrating of the sort of core middle of the road voter. Unless you approve of what we say and do all the time, then you are, I don't know, the far right, as an example.
Yeah, but that's where the UK, Canada, the party is ready to collapse. Because when the UK, Australia, Wilson said about Norway, how that they invested their money into a way that it made them more wealthy.
Yeah, but Norwegians, as far as I can see, there hasn't been any sort of outcry by the Norwegian citizen, unlike in Britain.
No, but what I was referring to is that they were wanting to set up an account like what Norway did.
It's irrelevant what more where the money goes, left or right or centre. It's the sort of heart and mind of the electorate that you've got to consider.
Well, they were wanting to set it up like that, and where they want it to where they can, and the other politicians and all that stuff, that what he's talking about wanting done contradict, it's far from what Norway did. They want to do a different thing where structure the program of what they decide, then they can use that money for whatever they want. Okay, not doing like what Norway did. Oh, and they got, and the guy he's still pushing it and all that about wanting to set it up to where he's in control, but okay, perfect example, the electric car, okay, 100% AI, and only 1,000 people working there. Well, you take, what better way of manipulating a country's wealth and power is if you stick more businesses into an area in a country, you're affecting their the standard of their money, corporate, the politics, and all that. Because it's been done before. That's why the U.S., when we won our independence from the UK, it was on the thing that they said that they did not want no country, they didn't want no business or from here, because they want our country, the business, to start independent, building up on their own self.
You are looking at this from a very US-centric sort of mentality. It is there is a sort of long history of Scandinavians, let's just say. If I want to lump Norway in with the rest of Scandinavia, there's a history of a wider socialist concept. There's a much more of a socialist mentality in Scandinavia. And there's a much
That's very
more
true.
of a trust.
It's not only very true, but it's something that we see. Those of us who do radio in the United States, it's something that we see. So that's a very good point you just made.
There's a much more of a trust of politicians in rather than keep the politicians accountable in Scandinavian countries.
Norway has the thing that when you get a job there, okay, unless you got a really good reason why you're releasing that person from your job, that person had a full lifetime job at your place.
Now, hold on, Robert. We were still on the local elections, so let's stay on focus, okay?
Yes. Not jump on that tangent.
Now, this actually is very important to be discussing, because like the thing that I picked up on is, well, mute out real quick, Robert, because another thing that really stuck out to me is with the constituents who resigned under his office as prime minister. Now, 18 government ministers and aides have resigned from his administration after the horrible crisis that happened.
Actually, the last count was something like 89 ministers resigned.
89 ministers?
I believe so. I have got, that's not up to date. That's probably from yesterday morning or something.
No, they said that it did escalate dramatically, and this all has to do with Labor's local election losses, where they lost over 1,400 council seats. I'm pretty sure that's the amount, isn't it?
Yeah, 1,493 or something.
I think it was 1490 something. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
And
funnily enough, Reform gained approximately, maybe just slightly lower, or actually slightly higher seats themselves.
Now,
obviously, they also run their own conservative areas and Lib Dem areas as well.
I also want to point out too, this goes along with the ongoing scandal surrounding his appointment to the UK's ambassador to Washington. That's what a lot of people are saying too. Like there's that scandal right there that's hanging over him.
There's a much more. That's one point, but it's also things like how he's treated the farmers in this country, the winter fuel scandal, old elderly winter fuel scandal, and the way that he's treated what he would call the so-called far right issue, as he would call it, which I would use those words personally, but that's how he would have termed it.
Now you're talking about West Streeting, right?
Oh no, I'm talking about the Labour Party per se.
Yeah, no, West Streeting was the one he was
he
on
resigned this morning, I believe.
Yeah, he resigned on him. He said he lost confidence in his leadership, and then there was the junior ministers. That was Jess Phillips. That was the safeguarding minister, and then I have
who was absolutely useless. And to be fair, it's about time she disappeared, in my opinion.
and then there was Miata Fambula.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's
I
a,
recognise the name, but I can't remember.
Oh, yeah? Bongula, you too.
She wasn't a big name.
yeah, and Zuber Ahmad and Alex Davies Jones. They all stepped
Alex
down.
Davies Jones.
Yeah.
What
Which
a name.
again is a very well-known name in UK politics. But if you in that sort of political interest circle, then you probably would recognise him.
Well, I mean, I from what I'm hearing though, like multiple parliamentary private secretaries and aides have quit their positions to distance themselves from number 10. You know what I mean? So, I mean that when you get those high numbers, you're also getting it because you're talking about like private secretaries, aides, and all of these people. You know what I mean? So, I mean, later on, I can go through and find out.
Just curious, did you see Wednesday's PMQs where Badenoff, the leader of the Conservative government party, actually ripped into Labour, and how confusing that was.
Well, what I was wondering is, okay, why wouldn't her for the person that's running all of it, where the idea of when a person's supposed to run and all that, it would be a good idea to look at the new way of things that are coming. Okay, high tech stuff, construction of high tech equipment, where you got to make sure the people that is able to do the job or technology wise to the new stuff. If you look at what it is today.
These civil servants are being around for, in some cases, many decades or many years now, serving many governments. These ministers are not incapable, or these ex-ministers were not incapable. Just because they left because they resigned because of issues surrounding the current government, doesn't mean that they were incapable of doing their job.
No, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to for the new things that's coming to the future of people's jobs, health, medical, food, and all that. Okay, there's got to be some way where you got to keep up. To me, you got to keep up with the new stuff that's coming, and to do that, you got to have the right people for that job. You know, like if you expect someone to know how to, if equipment is as they say, like a hoverboard, okay, and like you can use it for a wide variety of different things. Well, you got to know personally how to do it.
Okay, we're talking about politicians who are career politicians who have, in a lot of cases, have never had a real-time job before they became politicians.
Okay, so hold on a minute. Hold on, guys. I want to take this to another level because there's something that really hasn't been mentioned on the media that I want to pull out, and I've seen it. Now, with the disaster that's happened with labor, I've noticed some things that have been popping up when it comes to Burnham, Andy Burnham. Now he was blocked. He was blocked from running. Okay, and now there's talks. Now there's talks within the Labor Party where they want to unblock him and allow him not only to run, but actually become the next prime minister. Have you heard anything about that?
That is a massive, massive gamble. At the present moment, he's a mayor, and I can't remember the constituency he's a mayor of, and he's not a politician. So, what will have to happen for him to even be able to run is for him to leave the post of mayor. He cannot run as a politician if he already has a mayoralship office. Then there will have to be a by-election in the constituency to vote him as a local MP. And there are a number of MPs that are willing to give up their seats at this present moment to allow for a by-election. So he would have to run for that local by-election, win it, and then be forced into later on forced into that role as prime minister. Problem is if he runs for local elections or local by-election and he fails, that's his political career over. He cannot rejoin, or he can't go back to the existing mayor role, because there will have to be an election for the mayor's role. And obviously, he can't run for both roles at the same time. So, if he fails local, and as we saw with last week's local elections, he would have to find an extremely safe seat for the by-election to happen. As the likelihood he will want to win that seat, and if he cannot win that seat, then he can't really run for a prime minister. A very slim chance that he could, in the interim, be elected to the House of Lords, and then he could run for prime minister. But that's a very, very slight chance. So in effect, what he's doing is a massive gamble with his career. A massive gamble.
So just
How many politicians do any of us know that haven't taken some serious chances? It's not a surprise. It isn't, especially here in America. Some of the politicians that run for office here, you do a little research, which is exactly what I do, and you find out this person shouldn't be running for anything.
Amen on that one.
Well, that may be true in the US, but this is such a gamble that if I was a betting man, I would bet a large amount of my income on my what I've got in the bank on him losing.
I would tell you I spent quite a bit of time in Great Britain, and I absolutely was just gobsmacked by your political system. So this is actually quite a pleasure for me to listen to you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
What I was referring to is that with each person that's in what Roger's talking about, how many people handle that situation? Okay, I'm talking like, okay, to better, to make more things more sound. Okay, like if I'm wanting to set up a business in your country, okay, what will I have to do for that process to happen? Okay, and how you're going to look at what I'm offering for your country, for the people that for your country, okay? In what way? Financially, independence, the cost. What do I have to do to get that going across?
To start up a business. You are a business owner. You come over to the UK. You say, "Here's my product," and less than fair market.
No, yeah, but I'm talking about setting up like an office, okay, or a manufacturing plant there. Okay. What if for everything? What is your process? Do I have to have a building code or
Of course, you have to. If you're going to operate in the UK, you've got to uphold UK legislation in whatever field you're dealing with.
Okay, and what kind of legislation is that?
Again, depends on what you're doing. You're asking a very extremely broad question.
Well, no, what I'm referring to is okay. Now, if it's basic or high, like if it's just like okay, like dealing with computers. If I want to put computer system into the building, okay, now you're going to want to know that to where okay, for how many people would you say you got in your country that knows about high tech computer stuff? Okay, you want to make sure that for the people that how many people within your country that's capable of that kind of job performance?
Again, that's for you, as a business manager, you should be able to recognize what roles you're employing and what skill sets you need. That's your job as a business owner.
But that's your place too, where you got to know how many people that actually is getting hired from my company. How many? What is the pay rate where okay, I don't try to pull no shenanigans, okay? Like a lot of companies do, that they hire you for a while and then have no purpose of
Again, that's going to do individual contracts. That's
Okay, so let's get back on track. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm a bit confused about that one.
Now, Robert, mute out real quick so I can get on with what we're talking. I was curious about Stammer and the whole thing with the king only, or the king's
Oh boy! Oh,
the king's speech that took place, and I was always under the impression that the king had the power to remove the prime minister, and I found out that that's not the facts.
Technically, he has.
Well, I thought that too, but then I actually started finding out that slowly that power has been taken away from the
It hasn't happened since
the reserve
actual removal of a
under the reserve powers.
Since
they'll be back in a minute, guys.
William the Pepper Jr., I think.
From what I know, or what at least I've researched, the crown, the family is just a figurehead. It's just ceremonial. However, the crown does own the Commonwealth, so they're in it, and that alone gives you tremendous amount of power to do just about anything.
No, the crown has the right to. The crown's duty to ascend a bill into an act, and the crown could theoretically stop a bill from becoming an act by not doing that rubber stamp.
It is so messed up though, because I found out. Okay, I found out that the king doesn't even read his own speech in the king's speech. It's actually the prime minister who writes the speech, and then the king reads it.
Prime minister's office, the prime minister. I can't imagine Keir Starmer having the intellect to write that speech. His office,
That's just horrible. That's bad form, Lord Edworthy. That's bad form.
Well, yeah, we call it the king's speech or the queen's speech or whatever, but in reality, it is the number 10 speech.
See, that's why I'm glad you're here, because it's only important. It's very important that an Englishman be here to freaking have this conversation. It would be just out of place if we were doing this without you being here.
Somebody who at least knowledgeable about politics as I am.
Well, especially
What
with England.
most people in America don't realize today is just how close the actual situation is between the United States and Great Britain, how close they are as nations, how close they are as peoples. The thing of it is, doing a show today with you is probably put the biggest smile on my face, and I've done a half a dozen of them over the last couple of days. Why? Because I'm talking to somebody who speaks the same language I do and actually thinks the same way most Americans do. And I'm proud to be on this show.
But upholding the special relationship, I'm doing my duty for king and country.
Well, that's it. What I was referring to is that, okay, where when you as a person that runs your country, okay, you want to keep up on newer stuff and all that, okay.
Yeah.
Where like, okay, like people that sell meat and all that, you want to make sure that, okay, with all the new stuff that's coming out with new ideals of what people's trying to do, the performance of people, I just figure like with like that guy, he's having such a problem of routing people together and get his ideal across. As he said, if you look up and leave and all that 4 times, look at the problems that would arise from it. I don't know what he means by that, but
Well, let me kind of step in on that too, because this is me being the devil's advocate here, okay? And I know when it comes to politics, and this is, believe it or not, this is where I can see where Starmer being removed is actually a freaking blot. It's an eyesore, you know what I'm saying? Because especially with the UK and with England now. Like we had, I think the closest thing that we have to compare this to would be like Nixon, the Nixon administration, when he had to freaking step down. And with Starmer, like, you know, you got to realize that the other countries are watching, and I can understand why he does want to stay in power, because it's going to weaken the power of the UK and England if he does step down, because it's going to show weakness, you know what I mean?
But also going to weaken the ability of Britain if he stays in as well. So it's a double-edged sword.
Exactly.
I've made the argument, and I believe that, looking at the likely contenders for the, if he does step down, for the next Labour leader or the next Prime Minister, is the best of the worst, to be fair. Also, it's worth remembering that the general UK citizen doesn't like leaders or prime minister changes of prime ministers halfway through a period. It's the old stability sort of argument, but like I said, is the, as far as I can see, is the best of the worst. So it's a sort of we are damned if he stays in, we are damned if he leaves. So I'd rather see him staying for the moment into the next general election, if that may happen in 2029, or if not, sooner.
Right. Now, the one thing that I did want to mention whenever you brought that up was the fact that with Starmer, or not Berman. Now there was a constituent that was within the Labor Party that said he was willing to step down, and the whole thing with Storm. They've removed the block because the block on him running was actually done by Starmer in the first place, because he felt that there would be he would contest leadership.
Yeah.
And that was what it was from. So apparently the people who were following him, who backed away from him, released the block on Berman, and he's actually going to run for office and maybe eventually become prime minister.
Again, if he can secure a local by-election seat.
Right. And that's already one person has said. One person said that they would be willing to step down and allow him in
but
his place.
there's still going to have to be a local election. That will trigger a by-election, which will have to be voted on by the constituency or by the electorate of the constituency.
So my big question,
reform and restore within last, and even by the Looney Green Party in last week. We live in very uncertain times.
My big question though with you on this one is that there has been claims that were made too, from not just the CBC but also from the BBC, that says that the people who have stepped down from his cabinet were actually more of the conservative side for the Labor. Now, I understand that because we do have Democratic conservatives too here in the United States that are in the Democratic Party.
Just because you're a Labour politician doesn't mean that you there's degrees, same as on the both on the left and right. There are degrees. There's some people that believe in full-blown Marxism, and there's some people that believe in Marxism light, and there's people who believe in the old sort of protecting workers, the so-called working people from the evil corporations, and then there's the full-blown technocratic sort of thing. So there are degrees.
The technocratics are the ones who would...
Politics is two things. It's degrees and it's guesswork. Because I don't know how many times, and I know how many of you listening to this or taking part in this conversation right now, how many times have you voted for someone only to find out that this isn't exactly what you voted for, or that this doesn't, it's not in tune with what you're preaching. And it's never 100%. To me, it's a matter of what are you willing to accept? Because nobody, it doesn't matter how good they are or what they say to you, nobody is going to step up and do everything the way they want it. It's never going to happen. A politician has to decide what will they accept and what they won't accept. And that is what, I don't know, what makes the most intent on us, you and me. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I heard a click and then I didn't know if I was still on.
No, that's me. Whenever I try to say something and I'm muted out, it does the clicking sound. So I get a notification that pops out on the side.
It could be me as well. My cough is killing me at the moment.
And by the way, there's no greater example of what Roger just said than the MAGA movement right now. Because MAGA, they hate Trump right now.
Yes,
which is hilarious.
Well, it's splitting down the middle, and that's actually the second topic that I was debating on getting into, because there's something that I want to be discussing too, which is QAnon. I find it very disturbing after I actually went through and started doing research, which I should have done a long time ago.
Remember, as far as Vic is concerned, Q and Anon are two different
Well,
4 days. We'll call them
You know, you
all,
can-
Well, that's very complicated,
you
but
can
not really.
Anonymous
It is.
isn't QAnon. Anonymous is something that was out a lot longer, and then all of a sudden here come this real crazy dude talking conservative talks with a mask on and a suit and tie. That was QAnon.
Yeah, basically copied me, Vietnam, but that's okay.
You know,
And I've already, I think I've said that on the show, or at least on the stream. Yeah, I mean, when the government sees that there's like a movement starting, there's someone charismatic that's starting the movement, they will literally copy that movement and lead it astray on purpose. So Vietnam disappeared as QAnon came onto the scene.
now
And the reason the government steps in as they do is because they realize that in America, especially in America, when you see a movement, as he just discussed, start out, it has one intent and one intent only, and that is to supplant what exists right now in Washington.
right. And see, the thing about the QAnons is it's a movement that's defined by a decentralized or like an
Agreed.
unsubstantiation, an unsubstantiated conspiracy, basically. And it
Agreed.
it suggests that like this secretive
okay,
group of
yeah.
global elites is being countered by some covert plan that involves like high-level government officials, and that Donald Trump is at the top of it. He's the godhead, you know.
Oh, well, you know the globalists. Globalists. You got it. Globalists.
Well, it gets even more than that, though. Like, they supporters, people who believe this stuff, they believe that the core component of the narrative is a sudden and dramatic event that's supposed to take place among the it's supposed to be widespread among the legal and the military actions that are going on against individuals. These are supposed to be people who are accused of being part of the deep state, basically. Okay. Now these people are trying to they have an idea that suggests that the standard legal procedures need to be bypassed in favor of like an alternate system, and they claim that lack of jurisdiction or the judicial system means that all of these Supreme Court judges need to be replaced. As a matter of fact, every judge needs to be replaced, and people need to be held accountable by a military tribunal instead, and that all of these judges and all of these politicians need to be executed, tried before a military tribunal and executed for their treasonous ways.
Here, here.
But it goes even deeper because they want to eradicate the Constitution of the United States and turn our government over to a military state.
Well, that's not good.
I not only agree with you, but I must say that we need to back up just for one little second, because there's a whole hell of a lot of people that think just the opposite.
Right. I'm one of those people. I believe in the Constitution. I think that's the...
I do too. But what we are hearing and what we are seeing today, and you on this call have made this point just very well, what we are hearing and what we are seeing is not what we should be hearing or seeing. It's how many Americans today feel absolutely useless. I know this because I run the Liberty Beacon, and we've been publishing for over a dozen years. And I talk to people. I talk to people all the time. I talk to people every day. And their biggest concern is, regardless of what we hear and what we say, very little that's being done today they feel is being done for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see, the thing about it is they're making these claims, but they have like, well, there's a lack of any evidence or any legal foundation
Agreed.
they're presenting to take the place
Agreed.
of constitutional government. You know what I mean? It's like we're just going to turn our government over to the military, let them freaking try everybody under military rule, and we're just going to execute all the politicians and the judges. You know what I mean? Because that sounds like the French Revolution.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and America has slipped quite a bit since I've been alive, and I'm 71 years old, and I have seen the politics in America is not what it was 70 years ago, and anybody on this call would probably agree with that. What we are looking at today is something that is being, something that's being pushed upon us, and the more people who believe it, the more people who are willing to back it, the tougher the job is for people like you and I who are trying to let people know what actually is happening, because it's not what they're being told.
Absolutely.
Program that Donald Trump got rid of. Okay. Well, like the one about going overseas with videos, teaching them about, it was so many programs that the government was doing that it was running into billions of dollars that nobody had. And it was teaching, it was a bad thing. And people were saying that Donald Trump did this wrong and that wrong. Well, I don't see of all things, what each country, how countries handle their things. I don't believe in killing people because of the way they are. That's not right. But to sit and say that one country, the way their people are, is not right, who are we to say anything about how people are? If a guy feels like a woman in another country, okay, they said it, but it's not our place to try to manipulate that country's people the way we want to be thought, the way we want it to be thought. When you're making videos, games, magazines to show the outlook and all that the UN, perfect example. Look at how many times the places have gotten hit and all that by other things, and where were they at that point in time? Okay, like they made that statement about if Russia was to attack any of the other countries around, the UN would step up and defend them. Well,
no, you're talking about NATO. Are you talking about Article 5 NATO?
Yeah. Well, the thing of it is, and to find out that by Donald Trump, there's things that a lot of people did not know about until Donald Trump got in. Like the military things, I forget what they call them, bases that, each country had to pay a percentage to, I guess, to the U.S. for the bases to be filled with U.S. personnel. I don't know. But just to find out that they were the only ones paying for it, and other countries that were supposed to help pay for it wasn't. And Donald Trump said, well, that's up to you guys. So he pulled out, he did. Because he didn't agree about the idea that the U.S. was paying for the only thing when the other countries were walking away.
Okay, a couple of points on that. You're talking about UN spending, but what you're referring to in relation to the defense of allied nations is Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which states that if one allied country or if one NATO country is attacked, then it is the responsibility of all NATO countries to come to the aid of the attacked NATO country. Also, when you're talking about the sort of concept of unifying countries into a similar identity, you are going back to the Cold War.
No, that's what I was referring to.
Where the Western allies were fighting the USSR, which had its own sort of standards to, really.
But what I was referring to as well is where when the youth, well, they were to the point to where letting the other countries, they were like, when it comes to, I forget what kind, like medicines and all that. Okay, they, I think it was part of the U.S. that, well, they shrunk that facility down. They did because they found out that for the amount of money that was forked out that was costing a lot of money, and to find out that for the amount that was going out was not really going out for the main purpose of what it was created for. They were spending far more than, like, instead of buying medicine or paying for the food, it was going out for all sorts of other things like comic books. Okay, and the government decided, well, okay, we're going to shrink the whole place down, and we're going to cut their budget down because for what it's in a lot of these places, like here in the U.S., they're not actually, we call it, it wasn't put in by government. It was put in by people that was doing fundraisers. Okay.
Yeah, me and Roger have had a lot of conversations on previous streams in relation to non-governmental organisations, charitable organisations, and third-party organisations, and how the funds that they gain, have been, let's say, inappropriately used, either because of corruption within those organisations, or being provided to to governments that are questionable, potentially corrupt themselves.
Yeah.
Not only a guess, that's a fact, and that can be proven quite easily just by looking at the news today. And I'm talking about global news. Good point.
And what I found out too, okay, my parents ordered some of them things for getting grants. Okay, I go and look through it and all that, and it says in the grant thing, the U.S. grant proposal, in the book, it says that you contact these places that's near close to you, that it's being shown that they give out money for grants for certain things. Well, the government's sitting there telling you this. I looked it up and I started calling and all that to find out that some of the places in the areas that I'm at no longer does it, or they never have done it. But then the government's sitting there telling you that these places does do that, and then when you find, and then you doing a lot more, and then they say contact your representatives in your like, I'm from Illinois, and talk to people up in Chicago, okay, the ones that handle the grant. Well, then they go tell me there's a place here in Southern Illinois in Benton that does it too. Okay, I go and call them up, and then they come up and tell me, well, sorry, but we do not handle individual people. We handle other places. Well, here's the thing. Now, if my government's telling me I can apply for these grants, and these grants do not exist, okay, then why are they selling books for it?
Hold on a minute. I'm gonna kind of elaborate on that, because what you're saying there isn't really coming out too clear. Okay, so kind of let me explain it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he's trying to say is this: it's like whenever we whenever we have like these grants that are put out for people who need help or need aid, okay, that they say in Chicago and Effingham or wherever the capital is here in the or in Illinois is that these programs are available here in this region. All right, so for the individual. But when you go to check these out, they flat out tell you, no, look, this isn't for you to apply for yourself as an individual. You have to go to this organization who actually gets the benefits that are supposed to go to everybody. So they're creating a monopoly where you have to go to this freaking organization to get freaking grants that are meant to be given out to the individual person too. You see what I mean? So it gets pretty complicated there where they're actually creating monopolies out of freaking government money.
Governments, no matter if they're local or national, they all like bureaucracy. Especially when it comes to the old Krangolization.
Well, that's not even bureaucracy, because it's like the bureaucracy in Chicago is telling you one thing, and then you come down here and they've literally turned it into a monopoly where if you want these benefits that are supposed to be given to you freely, you have to go to this freaking welfare organization to freaking get
it's a form of bureaucracy, slow, isn't it?
You know, it's
you can only apply by this organization. Therefore, a bureaucracy.
What I'm referring to, and they got these books that Washington D.C. sells on TV. That you go apply, you buy these books, you do, and these books will help you find the places that near you. You like companies here in Illinois will give you money for grants. Depends on what you're applying for, like for school loans or pay off your car or medical. That these places are supposed to be helping you get that money to help you do that. But then when you call them up, these companies, that they stopped doing that for it could be like 3 years, but their name's still in today's book. 3 years later, their name's still in there. The U.S. government not sitting there going through verifying, upgrading the book about who's still doing it.
Another issue with this bureaucratic system, with this form of bureaucracy, is that information may not be up to date. Information may be handed to one organization or one agency, may that be a Kango or an NGO or a governmental agency, and that information may be stagnant or may not be up to date.
Yeah, but in 3 years it should be.
I have heard, and I've witnessed this myself. You see so much that is being presented by second parties, and in a lot of cases, some of those parties haven't even discussed it with you. So what we hear and what we see, if I lived in California and someone else lived in Rhode Island, they ain't hearing the same thing. They're not. So how do we know for sure today, with the internet as open as it is, how do we know for a fact what we're seeing and what we're hearing is in fact reality? And this is where doing your homework comes in. And what we're talking about here right now requires a lot of homework.
Agreed. I was going to reiterate that, but yeah. This goes back down to the old thing about critical thinking and not believing everything or not believing everything on face value.
Yeah. But then when they go and try to find out more about it and all that, they don't actually go and give more data. Okay, because I at one point asked them, I called up Washington D.C. about that. I said, well, no, wait a minute. You guys are out there on national TV and telling them that they can order this and they want to have a chance to apply for these grants. But how is it that these brands, these places in the books that you're selling and you're supposed to keep up on the stuff is not kept up to date? When there's places that might not be doing it, they stop 3 to 4 years. Okay, well, are they going to refund the money that you just worked out buying that stuff? That half of the book is empty, no good at all, and the ones that still do it, they change the policy. Okay, and each place is they don't want to deal, and that's the reason why Donald Trump put the screws to a voucher grant, because as he says, like he said, way too many payoffs. Okay, and these programs, a lot of these programs that was giving out kickbacks. Okay, like here in the U.S., we have this medical thing that these medical places are ripping off the people and the doctors, because they pretend like they're doing things and they can send a thing in for a payment, and to find out that they never did do that to the person. You know, like people bill the insurance company, like if you get like a what you call it, where they stick that camera up your, you know, you check your uterus, or you know, well, to find out that you never had that done, and the government found out about that. They're doing a big investigation on the medical industry about that.
Well, I got to tell you, if you're going to stick something up my uterus or up my anus, I'm going to definitely remember it. If not,
well, yeah, talking about when you get billed, when someone gets billed.
You're right. No, I'm agreeing with you.
You're getting that down to them all the time.
You're absolutely right.
Again, this is where you need sufficient oversight. And it's okay to set up these programs. It's okay to set up these programs, these concepts, these ideas, but unless you overseeing the running of these things, then how do you know that they are providing good services to the individuals?
The participants you choose, the participants you choose make or break. You're exactly right.
And when the company goes belly up, because they got to set and pay back the states and the government back money that they took by doing it. And when the companies are point blank saying that if they think that you're trying to pull fraud on them, that if you get caught doing it, that you're gonna have to pay them back and plus have to serve some jail time. Now, how is it possible that a regular person to talk to, that's like talking to your doctor, to have your doctor do that with a bill in showing that they did something to me when they never did, and they're going to get the money from it and not me. That doctor ain't going to have.
And in a lot of cases, you look at it and you have no clue what it is, so it's hard to challenge it.
Yeah. And
no, you've got a good point.
And how it's like, and with today's, it's like with what I'm referring to is when it comes to the government overseeing like people's jobs, businesses, and all that. Okay, that it needs to be old.
Yep.
We're talking about new things coming up every year. Okay, new type of technology, new medicines. Okay, these got to be some way to verify for all countries wise, not to be thinking in one way, but thinking in like 3 different other directions. Okay, people.
You've got to throw government changes in there as well.
Yeah, but what kind of government changes? You know, you got to be people got to be a little bit precise on that. You know, like.
Yeah.
Remember, when it comes to day-to-day sort of actions, it's not the government of the day has not really got that much control, sure, they can create new laws, they can create new regulations. The people that have the control in that sort of situation are the civil servants.
Yeah,
Exactly.
You have the right sense of service that knows it.
Not often, anyway.
Well,
And civil servants are supposed to be as smart about something as you are.
Yeah. And some of them ain't.
Yeah.
Some of them are right out dumb as box to rock.
Well, now that you've gone
Yeah.
on your tantrum and literally have said absolutely nothing about QAnon, which the topic was originally.
Okay, yeah. We
You
really
know,
got
it's like,
on.
The thing is mute yourself out, Robert. We got to make a habit of switching out in and out.
To be fair, because we've been talking about corruption, we're talking about how governmental organizations are formed and or agencies are formed and how they act to.
Well, see everything that they're talking about actually has absolutely nothing to do with constitutional government. Like the stuff you're talking about, that's corruption. That should never have happened in the first place.
Agreed.
So there's
we are in the situation that we are.
But their solution to it is, instead of going back to constitutional law, which our government is supposed to go according to, they want to abolish the one thing that'll freaking stop this shit from happening. Okay, they want to just consider the Constitution as outdated, get rid of it, and then create a military state, freaking to impose laws on us according to the military.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, and I have 3 or 4 different versions of the Constitution in my notebook as I've rewritten it. If it's outdated, then update it. You don't get rid of it. You update it.
What? I mean, the thing of it is like,
yeah,
the Bill of Rights is codified. It can't be changed. Okay, the rest of them are the ones that are changed, and that's how they manipulate the government through the freaking amendments after the Bill of Rights. Okay.
You were saying that
you can add an amendment, but you cannot change the ones that exist.
I know. You're saying that there is no such thing as military law. You suggest there is no such thing as a military law. There is.
And we call it maritime law. No, there is. We call it maritime law.
But we're just trying to sort of suggest that.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting they want to get rid of our laws and make it to where we follow military law.
Yeah, so
but it's kind of already like that.
No, it's not. It's not. Well, you see, that's the thing. The military, the military, freaking goes according to freaking civilian law. They go according to freaking what is put down by the President of the United States, and the President of the United States is supposed to abide by constitutional government, constitutional law. Just like the judicial system and the Congress. They're not all of these extra bureaucratic laws that's been put down on us. Okay. Those are constitutionally illegal.
And so you have certain kinds of laws that will enact when other laws are dormant or become active. Okay, for example, I'll give you an example. We are at war right now. The United States.
No, we aren't.
Military is always we're always at war.
We're not at war. That's a good example right there. Like the stuff going on in Iran. You'll hear the media always push this thing that we're at war with Iran. You'll even hear Trump saying that shit. We are not at war with Iran.
As long as we have any kind of military operations or military personnel in other countries doing operations, we are at war, and so that puts
war has to be declared.
It has to be declared, and that's done by Congress.
Justifiable.
By Congress,
right?
Okay.
So
But hold on. But what he is saying is absolutely true. Continue, please.
the Patriot Act has never been repealed.
Constitutionally illegal.
It is constitutionally illegal. I agree with you 100%. However, because of the Patriot Act, we are in a constant state of war. If there is war, then there is maritime law. So whenever you go to a courtroom, if you happen to have a traffic ticket or something, whatever, I don't know, you find yourself in a courtroom, ask the judge why his American flag has gold lace around it, gold frilly lace. That's a maritime flag.
You know,
Not-
all that could be put to an end right now if freaking we went back to the Constitution and
Sure.
obeyed the constitutional law. That's my whole
Agreed.
point. You know, but the thing of it is like everybody freaking believes that freaking abolishing the Constitution is going to take care of the problems you're talking
No, it's
about
not.
right there. Okay.
No, it
It's
won't.
not.
Okay.
We need to update it.
The whole reason why we are having the problems now, it's not because it needs to be updated. It's because freaking we need to say, look, you are breaking the law. Vietnam was illegal. Okay.
Yes.
Vietnam was illegal, and from the time Vietnam happened until now, they just keep freaking doing the same shit and getting away
It
with
most
it.
definitely needs to be updated, and I can tell you why. I'll give you an example. So the Fourth Amendment, right? There's not supposed to be any soldiers or military or police in your household to monitor you. Yet we have cell phones, and the government's listening to us.
Then that needs
They'll
to
find
stop.
ways of getting around just about anything.
That needs to stop. You
It
see what I
does.
mean?
It does. Absolutely.
Because it's constitutionally illegal.
Constitutionally illegal.
So
There's
instead
a whole
of
list
making
those.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Roger.
No, I'm just saying there's a whole list of those, and that would be another show. But we could do an entire show on how the government is stepping outside of the Constitution. We could do an entire show on that.
Right. And that's you know, I mean, that's the whole point of it. Instead of stopping the actions from happening and saying that's constitutionally illegal, what these people are doing is saying we need to get rid of the Constitution, come up with something new because this is just not working. You know why it's not working? It's because freaking we aren't freaking enforcing.
You haven't backed it up. Right.
We haven't enforced it. We haven't, as individuals, as a part of the freaking people who are voting people in, we haven't said, look, we're tired of it. You're breaking the law. It's time for you to stop your shit.
I keep seeing these videos. Go ahead.
There is a movement, and again, I've been doing this for over a dozen years, and I've written a lot of the articles that were on the Liberty Beacon. And what I can see is there are a lot of Americans that are getting pissed off at what the hell is going on and who's doing it or who isn't doing it. And I was born in 1954. What I see around me today are more unhappy, displeased, and pissed off Americans than I've ever seen.
Right.
And I will go ahead and say, I mean, the fact that, I don't know what the amendment, the 25th Amendment is, but I keep seeing it's popping up all over my YouTube. Everybody wants to enact the 25th Amendment. Stop Trump going to China to talk about blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, this is so much. I don't even know if I have the time to research this.
Yeah, I know.
But do you guys know what's going on with that?
Yeah, I've seen it too. I try to ignore it, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah, I don't even want to see it either. Robert, you can unmute.
Oh,
I
man,
know
that
you
seems like a
tried to
lot.
say something.
Here's the thing, guys. A lot of lip service is going on and on that deal, okay? Because as he said on the news, okay, what makes you think that he's going to hold to his 10 degree upon the deals that he made with Donald Trump? All right, Donald Trump's going to be out of office in 3 years. Okay, to buy the stuff and to agree and to hold to it. Okay, it's like like Canada. Okay, Canada, he's going to own Canada, because if you manipulate the country by jobs and economy of the country, you more or less own it. Okay, when you got more business into a foreign land, you can control their economy, their laws and all that. But then you got people
Their
that,
military.
you got people that spend money in that country, and they're going to know where that money's coming from. Okay, that's with all countries, and that's the reason why when we had that when we fought for independence, the president he said that he told them to leave because they wanted to where our country had to be built by people that was here. Okay, the business had to form. They had to make their own economy on their own, not from any foreign country or anything else. They wanted to where the people in the country build their economy, their own.
Okay, hold on. Now, just so we don't get caught up in that, because that's a lot of nationalist crap. Just to be honest with you, like the United States when it was founded, okay, we didn't nitpick over this crazy shit about freaking international crap. The only thing we wanted is we wanted our independence. We chased the Tories out, ran them up to Canada, and that's where the Canadians are. Okay, that we because the Canada or the Tories that were here after the Revolutionary War actually fought with the British against the freaking people who wanted independence. Now, when it comes to law, our Constitution is set up to where we respect the law, no matter what country it's from. Okay, it's like if especially when it comes to contracts, like international agreements. I actually did.
Yes.
I mentioned that about a college. I forgot which college it was, but Dartmouth. They wanted to shut Dartmouth College down, and because of the contract that was made up between England and the college, the United States actually had to abide by it because it was a contract between England and that university, you know. So that's the way they always have been, you know. Now they did have a problem with I forgot who he was. He was a French hero who fought here in the Revolutionary War. But he tried to come back to the United States and recruit Frenchmen to go back and fight for the French during the French Revolution, and that's when we put a stop to that. You know, but we never did nitpick over all of that. And with what you were talking about, that kind of brings us into the third topic. So I'd like to move on to the third topic so we can get through it if you guys want to do that. Are you okay?
Okay. We do need to have a constitutional, like, just flat out show.
Yeah.
One day.
I agree with that.
But yeah.
Now this is actually.
No, this has been a good conversation. It's been a good conversation. If you've got more, please continue.
Now, this is actually a big topic that isn't really getting discussed much because it's not popular. It's not something that you hear from the MAGA group or any of the freaking woke society, but it has to do with agriculture and antitrust. Now, I don't know if you guys have been hearing much about this on the news much, but there's a antitrust settlement that's taking place between the DOJ and 6 states that announced a proposed settlement to resolve a lawsuit alleging that AgriStats helped major poultry, pork, and turkey processors coordinate to inflate prices. Now, they've also, this is actually one of the good things that I think Trump is actually doing. If he goes on this, then I'll be okay with him a little bit. But he's going after the 4 major corporations here in the United States that's basically turned the poultry industry into a monopoly, basically. Tyson's one of them.
Dude. Yeah. Keep going.
And there's 2 other ones that, well, there's 2 other ones that are major poultry corporations that aren't even here in the United States. And Robert says 3, but I don't know about the third one.
Can I
Now,
ask you really quickly? Have you noticed the price of chicken is like it's not inflating like everything else? At least in my opinion, at least from what I'm saying.
mhm,
I don't know if that has anything to do with
Inflating
the same.
nearly
I'm
as
sorry.
much.
Go ahead.
it's fine. Now, the investigation found that, like I said, AgriStats enabled the exchange of sensitive information, including prices, production output, and labor costs, allowing competitors to adjust their supply and hike prices for consumers. Now, I do have the link for that if you guys want to check that out. It's something that I'd found. I'll put it down in the chat area to where you can check it out. It's a pretty big it's a pretty big story that's taken place, and like I said, this is stuff that's not being freaking introduced into mainstream media too much unless you really follow it.
I find this topic extremely interesting. It's personal, even of course, black man on the call talking about chicken.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, I like the rotisserie chickens. So, like from Walmart, we get the pre-cooked rotisserie chickens. They're like $6, and if you get them chilled, they're $4. You get a whole chicken for $4 that's cooked, and but even the other stuff, the packaged stuff, it's compared to the other stuff. I when I'm buying steak, that's $100 for a few steaks. But if I have $100 worth of chicken, I can fill the entire freezer and refrigerator. So it's like there's got to be something going on here. There's some politics that I'm not aware of, and you're bringing it up. So please continue.
Well, yeah, it actually is pretty big news, to be honest with you. If they can do this and get away with it, then it's gonna help out with a lot of the stuff that's coming on with the poultry industry. I remember that there was a big deal that took place a while back where we ended up having a chicken shortage because trains couldn't get into Tyson's in order to get freaking poultry sent out to the rest of the country, and that was because that there's 4 major companies here in the United States, and that's it. They run the whole thing.
Yeah, but that one right there, Tyson got busted for child. They were hired. They had all the children in the Tyson warehouse cleaning chickens. They were shut down over that.
Well, Tyson's still running today.
Yeah, but that's why they were real
I could have an entire we could have an entire conversation about the quality of mass-produced chicken products in the US, which is extremely poor compared to what we see in the EA, and especially in the UK. But we could also have a conversation about the issues in relation to the lobbying of these companies in relation to the Federal Drug and the Food and Drug Administration or agency, which, as we all know, the corruption as far as the FDA and the also the Agriculture Agency in the US is rampant.
Well, I'm not actually understanding what the lawsuit actually entails, but I can tell you, I know just about everything how the chickens are treated and produced. I watched those PETA documentaries, and guess what? I don't care. Chickens.
Now, on Thursday, after May the 8th, in an antitrust case that had accused the data company AgriStats of enabling poultry companies to systematically increase prices and coordinate decisions around
entirely paid in, really.
around the meat supply. They proposed a settlement reducing, according to it, and the
Overall
DOJ.
costs for the consumers
No, what it was is the
or for
Department of
manufacturers.
the Department of Justice just proposed a settlement on Thursday. In an antitrust case that had accused a data company called AgriStats of enabling poultry companies to systematically increase prices and coordinate decisions around the meat supply, reducing competition in the marketplace. Now, the DOJ filed the case in 2023 under the Biden administration amid rising food costs. Not long after, it also sued several poultry companies for collusion. Now, under the settlement, the government will drop the case in exchange for AgriStats making changes to the kinds of reports it produces and how they are shared with meat companies. For example, AgriStats will stop providing company-level production costs and labor data to poultry giants, since that could allow them to adjust their production based on
what the government's saying is we're going to drop the charges as long as you promise to. Fingers crossed, pinky showing. As long as you promise to. Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Really.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
Now,
and this is something that's going on far beyond the meat industry. And again, I've been doing this for quite a long time, and I've done a lot of studying on this. And I'm going to tell you something, just about anything that we sell to Great Britain right about now is being held over our heads, and it doesn't look like that's going to end anytime soon.
Well, England is actually going through the same situation, and they're starting to notice it too in Canada. Like Canada is actually they're starting to speak up more about their poultry industry up there as well, and that's something Robert has been wanting to talk about.
We've been quite vocal about a poultry industry in the UK for some time, to be fair.
Good. I hope it gets brought up, because the thing that I hate the most is the deception. When you look at the size of the chicken, oh yeah, look at the size of it. You go back home and you cook it, and it's half its original size, and that's because they're fluffing the meat with saline and fluoridated water, I guess, to make black people even more stupid.
I was going to ask you.
I don't know.
Do you ever buy organic or locally produced chicken?
I'm mostly a Walmart guy, but I have a roommate that likes to get everything custom, and fancy. So I both.
Don't go to a local butcher and pick up chicken from your local butcher.
Here's the thing, guys.
Well,
the chicken, they do pump all that water and steroids into it.
Water, antibiotics.
And
saline water.
Yeah,
and fluoridated water.
Then
they're not even using clean water.
Oh, yeah. Well, that, and then they do the history meat, where they take all the bones with the meat on it, throw it into a big container, and add some
chicken nuggets.
They use it, then they separate the meat from the
chicken.
Make a thing of meat. But
then
they go and they take chunks of meat that's not been, that they've removed from the rest of the good, and glue it together.
I don't mind them reusing, because I mean, some people will say that that's industry and it's greed. No, but you're supposed to use every part of the animal.
No,
I agree with that. However, but when you buy a product and you say it's something that it's not, I got a problem with that.
Yeah, but here's the thing: since they take meat from overseas, put them in the big metal containers that set on top, you see them where they get the bar off the bars, off the boats.
Yeah.
Well, some of them got deep freezes attached to it. Okay. Only two things I can think of would be in there. Okay. Medicine or beef, some kind of meat, from different countries. But then they're taking that from there over to here. It's so bad that our economy is that people that just feed the cattle just grass. But when they go and say that it's not even worth taking the cattle in because they spend more on taxes and they're for all the costs that it does take, they lose out because they don't make any money from the cattle that they raise for the next 4 years.
That's the difference between the US and the UK. In the UK, we've got, for the most part, we've got fairly strict labelling laws. I don't know if you remember the what happened about, I think about 10 years ago now in the UK in relation to horse meat in lasagna products.
Please don't bring up horse meat. Please don't bring up horse meat.
The issue wasn't because there was horse meat in the lasagna product. It was because it was labeled as beef. It was advertised as beef. So we've got, for the most part, we've got much more rigid labeling laws. Consumers need to know where they're getting their chickens from, what country produces the chicken, and does is the product actually chicken?
So in other words, don't get any meat from Canada because it might have some horse meat in it.
Well, if it's labelled with horse meat, then that's legal. Maybe that's legal. But if it's labelled as chicken and it's horse meat in it, then that's illegal.
Does that meat go? It's a good get up. I'm gonna kill that sucker. But what I'm referring to is it's where when these places they manipulate the whole thing. These three companies from overseas, and that Tyson one. Okay, they own 85% of the market of the chicken, the fish, the turkey. They own 85% of it. Okay. And the government looks and says, we're going to have to make some big changes because there should be no way.
When you buy your chicken products from your local supermarket, do you look at the label and see if it says chicken is produced in the US?
They don't have to.
Precisely.
Yeah, they don't have to.
In this
all
country,
the ingredients have. All I say is the ingredients and a serve by date, basically.
Okay.
And that's the thing. You can load up all that meat from another country, bring it over here, and we're supposed to have them inspectors at the meat packing plant. Okay, well, how can they expect that meat if it's coming from one to the other, and you being processed right out from because it's already been processed, cleaned, and all that from a different country. And when you take meat,
if you're a manufacturer, you provide standards to your contractors.
Yes. As a matter of fact, that's it. I mean, you have to provide standards to those who provide whatever goes into what you're about to sell. So those standards have to meet American restrictions.
It's all about liability.
Yes, it is.
But it's not supposed to be here, and nobody knows of it. Okay, you're bringing in thousands of tons of meat that nobody knows. Chicken.
So the issue really is in relation to U.S. regulations.
Okay, so hold on real quick. Before you guys go on, I did pull up the name of the 4 poultry companies. The one's BRF, and that's out of Brazil. And then you have Wynn's Food Group, which is out of China. You have Pilgrim's Pride, which is the United States, and then you have Tyson's, which is the United States as well. So those are the four major ones out of the ones that I was discussing. So there's also a couple of other articles that I posted in the chat section here and the thing, and the thing of it is what I wanted to tell everybody is, like, there's chicken class action lawsuit which was made in 2026, and there are payouts for anybody who is wanting to make who wants to cash in on that. There's a payouts and deadlines. The chicken class lawsuit action.
What do you mean, anybody?
Yeah, let me finish here and you'll hear it.
Oh, okay.
It says the chicken class action lawsuit could put money in your pocket in 2026. Major poultry producers agreed to pay hundreds of millions after getting caught fixing prices. If you bought chicken at a grocery store between 2009 and 2020, you might qualify. The settlement fund.
That's definitely me.
The settlement fund has topped $181 million for multiple companies. Okay, so
I'm a chickaholic.
And that is coming out of Lawfold. There's also a Texas lottery rigging lawsuit link that I put in there for Fall Guide 2026, and it says the Texas lottery rigging lawsuit is one of the most significant consumer fraud legal actions in Texas history, targeting allegations of lottery games. Allegations that lottery
I've noticed
games
about Texas for a long time. Yes,
were manipulating to suppress legitimate winners and deceive millions of ticket buyers. Now, this is not rumor or conspiracy. Legal filings, investigative reporting, and state-level inquiries have all pointed to serious irregularities in how Texas lottery games were operated.
Funny enough, it's either this case or a similar case. I only came across earlier or yesterday now, as far as I'm concerned. I saw reports earlier on either this case or a very similar case.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. It's not getting very much public recognition.
Well, of course not, dude. You know how much money? Listen, even my parents played the lottery. I'm a Texan, all right, and I can tell you the greed from that state is just it's immense. Just so something like this, it's par for the course. When you talk about Texas is the richest state in the union, next to California. I mean, come on. Yeah, they know how to pat their pockets. They know how to social engineer getting those lottery winners who will go have a coke party and die the next day. They know how to pick these people. They know how to get these people who can be catfished and scammed out of all their money. There are so many operations of how the state will get their money back from lottery winners. It's insane. I know everyone played lottery.
Hold on one second, okay? And when you get a chance, anybody listening to this, take a look at how many accidental and non-accidental deaths occur in what states in the United States. And if you don't find California and Texas pretty much at the top of the list, then you're looking at the wrong list.
And I wanted to also say, before I open this up to Robert, because I know he's going to go crazy with it, but before he does, I want to say, too, in concerns to what Mark was saying with the FDA, I agree, but I also found some stuff out with that, too, that hasn't been reported on. President Trump is preparing to fire Food and Drug Administrator Commissioner Marty McCreary, according to multiple outlets. after months of controversy at one of the largest sub-agencies of the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, Macri,
He's already fired a lot of these guys, though, hasn't he?
now Macri and the FDA have been at the center of several headaches for the White House, including over vaping, abortion, and drug policy. And
Yes.
well, that's what that's all about when it comes to, especially with this poultry thing. This is a big deal, and it's just getting out of hand with freaking not just the FDA, but they're also going after freaking the Department of Agriculture as well, because the Department of Agriculture has been one big monopoly since it's ever been formed. Because I've always talked about like milk and what they did with the whole pasteurization shit. You know what I mean? They took out all of this stuff that was supposedly harmful in milk and they turned it into cheese. And now when you go into a grocery store, you see frickin' the dairy department, and the cheese department is just as big or bigger than what frickin' the milk department is. And they did
Sometimes
that on
they're
purpose.
separate.
Right. You know.
Shall we talk about the entire U.S. food triangle scam? And
That's what this is all about.
And the cornflake, well, cereal scam.
That's what this is all about.
The most healthy thing, yeah.
Well, you started it. You need to talk before Robert gets on here, because he starts running.
Oh God! No, I'm not. I left.
Go ahead, Robert. I'm muting and say your part.
Well, they have said that iodine 5, yellow dine 5, yellow dine 1 adds to it. Just things to people that has there's a bunch of problems with all this iodine stuff that brings up in people, and like when the medicines as well, they have found out that certain medicines is better for other things, and the people that's running it ain't been checking in on it, and they have found out that the guy, well, the guy that's running it now has made a statement about, for the amount of money that the U.S. forks out for medical testing and all that is highly too high for the amount of information we're getting back from all these medicines. Like that shot for shingles, he said that it's not enough information. There are side effects of it, and they have found out that there's far more serious ones. They only put down what's called light ones that got side effects of it, and they like in Canada, the Canada thing about their medicine. Okay, it's the thing that when both countries when people go from here in the U.S. to go to Canada to get medicine, because how they are now, they're popping up. Canada is about the prices and all that. Where the medical, they're talking about inflating, making the prices of the medicines even more, and people from there might not be able to afford it, and they're having problems with medical up there, the way they make it out on the news. And well, when all different brands of countries and all that, well, how like we have when medicines.
Now, hold on a minute. Now, Tan, are you still on? Or did he fall asleep? He probably fell asleep. He would be the one to be asking this too, because he's from Canada. It's like when it comes to like the medical stuff, that's actually a big deal.
Canada doesn't Canada have a very sort of similar system as the UK. It's got state provided medical.
Yeah,
or
that's what I was thinking.
Based on taxation.
Yeah, because
Yes.
there's a lot of stuff going on up there when it comes to the socialist movements that they've got going on. And like their socialism is getting really out of hand. Now they're negotiating with China to have like artificial intelligence ran taxis put into Ontario. Ontario, and that's getting a lot of headlines up there now. Like they're wanting to do deals on these cars. They're bringing new cars in from China to Canada too. That's completely built automated. Like even the factories are just automated. They don't have. They have like maybe a little bit over 1,000 people running these factories.
Yeah, we discussed this during the break in between the last and this show, and I was pointing out things like big data centers only being run by 25 full-time employees. And the issues about in the US, there's promises of all these jobs being produced because of data centers. But when you look at the actual data itself, the jobs are only produced in the creation of the data centers. Once these data centers are up and running, you've only got very minimal skeleton staff.
Yeah.
If things work
What
the
I'm
way they're
referring to
supposed to.
But what I'm referring to is this. Okay. Look at the size of the plant, okay? And look at for a regular plant, how many people get hired for a full-size plant making vehicles? Everything about the vehicle.
No, hold on a minute. I just ran a check and I wanted to get the name of it official and make it real. The manufacturing facilities that are in China that are all ran by robotics and AI are referred to as dark warehouses or ghost logistics centers. So that's all I want to mute back out.
Enough. I've heard that term being used for Amazon facilities as well.
Well,
Yes,
the thing is, so we are. My thing about this AI is it's going to push us further into the dark age of technology that we have. Okay, this is not a renaissance. This is dark age of technology. Okay, the less and less people you have. Okay. Mark was looking at me weird there for a second. So when you talk about dark ages, that means you have a society, a culture where only a few are educated, or a few are educated in something that runs society. Like you had, for example,
or only a few are educated at or only a few are educated at the level necessary.
Well, so for example, in Europe they call their dark ages because nobody could read. Only nobles and the clergy knew how to read. So it was sort of a dark age of information. So you translate that over to what we got going on now, and I brought this up before. Nobody here on this call can fabricate a phone for themselves or fabricate a computer. You can get the parts and put it together, but you cannot make a computer chip in your basement. Okay, so we are on that level of the dark age. So when you take more and more people out of tech, having a facility that should have 250,000 people only being run by 1,000 people, well, you're making what you're doing a secret, essentially. It's only going to take a few people. I mean, the only defense we have against this when the AI does take over are our coders, are our hackers. These are the only people. The real anon, it's going to be our defense, because unless everybody can do this stuff, it's not going to be a good thing. But then at the same time, you have everybody access. If your kid can create an AI at home, well, that might just be a little dangerous too.
Yeah, but
So
What is the biggest form of communication on the planet today in civilized countries? It is the internet. It is the computer. It is. So what my friend is saying is, boy, I'll tell you, we're at a point in humanity right now where we have the ability, and it doesn't have to be some superpower giant. We have the ability to cause more damage than, say, World War II, and without even trying too hard. And this is where we sit today. So when you hear, when we have the discussions like we're having right now, we didn't have these discussions 20 years ago. They didn't exist. Today they do.
I'm not sure about not having them 20 years ago. I mean, I can think of a number.
Well, not as bad. I'm not saying they didn't exist.
Not by the average, or not by a larger population, let's just say.
yeah, what wasn't
Right.
so political yet?
yeah, but what's really bizarre is, have you guys ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones? Or did I say that right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Georgia
that got
Guidestones,
removed.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what that pictures of me of? Okay. Now everyone's talking about all this stuff about government, the military taking over and all that. Well, if you know about Georgia Guidestone, that fits right up to the thing. There ain't no way in heck about it. And they said that when you got a color on your mailbox, depends on what color it is. And when you look outside the window, if you see a military truck there loading up people, and you got a certain color on your mailbox, you know what's about to happen to you. Okay. And the same thing about people being, the racism thing. Okay, there ain't no difference between them either. Because Adolf Hitler, Stalin, they all believe in their whole thing about the way they are and the way they think. And that's a dangerous thing. Because when people start going to the point of talking like that, it has good point.
Well,
no good
you're tapping into a lot of conspiracy theory there, and that we can hold on to that for the good conspiracy theory. But we're
Yeah,
actually,
because the next topic here is what, watermelon?
well,
Let's talk.
now we are coming to the end of Untethered, actually, because we've actually had a pretty good show. This is at 1 hour and 58 minutes and 33 seconds. So I think we've covered quite a bit. We got Robert to where he's actually started talking about conspiracy. Now, that means you need to be quiet, Robert. Okay.
I want to tell you that I enjoyed this, and I enjoyed being part of this, and all of you. This was a great discussion.
And now, before we go, I would like to thank everybody on the panel for being here. Mark, Robert, Roger, V, and Tan. When he was here, he fell asleep most likely. But thank you guys for being a part of the panel. We had a great conversation, and I want to thank anybody who is listening out there for being on the show. If you enjoyed the show, please like, subscribe, share, and make comments. And we would appreciate your feedback. Just tell us hi, anything, you know what I mean? So I'm going to end this show, and we will be back next week. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Now, with that being said, I ended the recording on that one, and we will come back here in a little bit to do, believe it or not, it's Robert's first show. He hasn't figured out.
I'm gonna have to bail out. See, my throat's killing me, and
Okay.
yeah, I'm just.
I'm glad you came in on that one, because that was important. We were going to cover that local thing with England, and that was really good.
Yeah.
That was really
I've
good.
got a storage unit to clean out tomorrow, so I should probably retire a little bit early myself.
Okay. So
And I need to go bye-bye too, but I want to tell you something. I've never met any of you except the guy who dragged me into this, and I enjoyed it. I think it was brilliant, and thank you for letting me be a part of it.
oh yeah, it was great having you here. It's always I love hearing your feedback on a lot of this stuff because it's really good.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys have a nice night.
So here in about 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Here in about 10 minutes, I'm gonna start up Robert's show. I think he wanted to name it The Unknown, but I don't know because he's got a lot of varieties going on with the show, so we might have to see what he.
Hopefully, if I'm feeling a lot better next week, I'll join you on next week's episode.
Okay.
I shouldn't have so much to do next week as well.
He
And if I can, I will as well.
sounds good.
Yep.
Now, if Tan is around, maybe he can stick around more. He most likely because he likes to get drunk on the weekends and hang out with us. He probably got drunk and fell asleep. Most likely. You know how. You know how,
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. People get too drunk.
Did you notice I stayed away from the horse meat conversation? Like I did good.
Well, yeah, I brought it
I was
up,
like,
yeah.
please don't bring up horse meat. Please don't.
I brought it up. I brought this time.
I did a good job.
Hey, have you heard of the clone meat? Everyone might want to look at thinking about getting it.
What kind of meat?
Clone meat. They're
Clone
coming
meat.
up. Yeah.
You mean like KFC?
No,
They're
no.
cloning meat is what he's saying. Like they're actually.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
KFC.
Yeah.
What, like
That's-
corn sausages?
That's
Like,
what I was trying to tell Robert.
Italian burgers.
KFC's
because-
actually
Oh, hey, look.
cloning meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meat, not real meat.
I-
Where
Go ahead.
Give me 1 second here, guys.
eating it from a raptor and-
I haven't eaten dinner yet. I'm about to go eat dinner, so I want to thank you all. I thought this was great, and if you would like, I would be happy to do a show again with you.
Okay.
And I brought up, thank you, Roger. I brought up KFC because I don't know how true this is, but apparently KFC, they can't legally be called Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore because legally their meat isn't chicken because it's cloned meat. So they have to change their name to KFC. I don't know. I don't know if that's a urban tale or what.
I think that's an urban tale. I think
Did you hear about
they do selling chicken.
Taco Bell?
Please don't tell me anything about Taco Bell. Please don't.
Add a little pan to the menu. They got caught. A person brought having it tested. One of the ingredients is sand.
As long as there's no Chihuahua in the meat, I'm fine.
Hey, who knows Taco Bell?
Why?
Now, don't say anything
Yo,
bad
quiero
about
Taco
Taco
Bell.
Bell. I love me a Taco Bell.
Yeah, but if Taco Bell barks at me or shows teeth, I'm out of there.
I live with a Chihuahua. Okay, don't let's not do this.
Anyway,
Anyways, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll speak to everybody later.
Yeah, later, everybody.
Oh, hey guys.
All right, everybody, I'm out of here, and thank you again. And yes, if you would permit me, I'd like to do another show with you.
You are always welcome.
We'd be privileged to have you on there.
Okay, so
Well, I feel privileged to be there.
Thank you.
so
Have a good night, guys.
talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, Robert, here in about 8 minutes, we'll do your show. Okay, so give me a second. Let me get some get a smoke in. I'll get some coffee, and we'll be back, and we'll get this started up. Okay.
What is that one?
this one is your show, so
well, I know, but space exploration or
you've got to make the choice up yourself.
okay.
That's up to you. That's what your topics. Hold on. Mute yourself out real quick, and
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta go with that one. That's why I did that. But I didn't know that weird sound.
And I will put some music on until we get back. I hope you guys have enjoyed so far, and we will be back here.
Well, I had to buff his what the. Yeah, okay.
We'll be back with another show here in a minute. So let me find something that we can put in that will take up time, and we'll be back.
Feel you under my skin. You crawl inside without a sound. A Holy Ghost that drags me down. I taste the dirt beneath your name. A sacred wound I can't contain. A sin, let it echo deep within. I let you carve me open wide, turn the dark into my light. Every scar you leave behind feels like truths I can't deny. Break me slow, don't let me breathe. Make a god of everything I blame. If this is love, then let it show. Drag me deeper down below. Your silence screams inside my head. 1,000 things you never said. I choke on every memory. You turn to something sick in me. I wear your shadow like a crown, a king of nothing sinking down. You built a world I can't escape, then sealed it shut and locked the gate. Pull me closer, let me in, let me feel it on my skin. I let you carve me open wide. contain. You mock me like a ritual, a perfect quiet animal. No mercy left inside your eyes, just empty heaven in disguise. Say my name like it's a sin, let it echo deep within. I let you carve me open wide, turn the dark into my light. Every scar you leave behind feels like truth I can't deny. Break me slow, don't let me breathe. Make a god of everything I blade. If this is love, then let it show. Drag me deeper down below. Your siren screams inside my head. A thousand things you never said. I choke on every memory. You turn to something sick in me. I wear your shadow like a crown, a king of nothing sinking down. You built a world I can't escape, then sealed it shut and locked the gate. Pull me closer, let me in, let me feel it on my skin. I let you carve me open wide, let the rod live deep inside. Every scream I never cried now comes crawling out alive. Break me slow, don't let me heal. Make me doubt what's even real. If this is love, I need it more. Push me through the final door. Feel you under my skin, and I won't let you feel you under my skin.
Okay, come on in. Okay, so we're going to do your first show tonight. Now, I went ahead and I'm going to put this on 24/7 live with Roger Hanson until you figure out what name you want. Now I'll record the episode, okay?
Okay.
Now put your headphones on and turn your mic on because that's where the audio needs to be. You're
Alrighty.
unmute. Now when you say something real quick, do it.
Okay.
Now hold on. Now before we do this, I'm gonna run you through the routine on how I do things.
Okay.
Now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do a countdown, 3, 2, 1, and then I'll hit record and record. And when you come out, you have to welcome everybody to the show. You and say your name, say welcome to the show, and then after that you ask me to read the topic for you. Okay?
Okay.
And then I'll read the topic for you, and then you have to, at any point, if you want to say something, you say something, and I'll stop reading, and you'll go from there. Okay?
All right.
Okay. So that's how we got this going here. Let me see where I'm at. I gotta keep track of things. Oh, I got the background video up on there. Tan is still in the chat. I don't know if he's awake or not, but he's been silent for quite a long time. So I'll check everything out, make sure it's all good. Sounds good so far. Let me go ahead and do the countdown. I'm gonna do the countdown when you're ready, and you do your introduction. Okay.
Okay.
Now, if you want me to talk to kind of fill in the space, you point that out whenever you're ready to go on to the next part. Let me know, and I'll continue reading. Okay.
Okay.
I'm just a guy in the background, so here we go. When you're ready, let me know. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go get some coffee real quick.
Okay.
I forgot to get the coffee. I'll be right back. Do another sound check real quick. Make sure that we got your voice on there because I didn't hear that.
All right. How's that sound, Roger?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, so when I say 3, 2, 1, as soon as I'm done with 1, wait about 2, 3 seconds and then say hello and go on with it, okay?
Okay. I'm just muting it.
Well, you can't mute.
Well,
You're the guy hosting the show, so you can't be muting. Okay, so you there?
yeah.
Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. Now.
Hello, everyone, people. My name is Robert Hanson. My show, I hope you have more than enough. And what we'll be checking out on how time travel and time travel places, the mysterious things that has happened. Okay. And my brother will read the things to you. Roger.
All right. So your first one is this is the Chronofiles 10 time traveler warnings that left the internet unsettled. Pop culture is obsessed with time travel, while physics treats retro causality as highly improbable. The internet is filled with eerie accounts of individuals who allegedly arrived from the future. Many of these accounts are dismissed as urban legends, hoaxes, or optical illusions. However, certain time travelers left behind specific warnings, predictions, or anomalies that believers claim eventually came true. So, so you're gonna have.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so
I
oh, go ahead.
well, there's I've heard of the one Mona Lisa. I forget his name. Well, he was supposed to went into a cave, slept, or gone for 2 years within the cave or wherever, but then came back, and he had wide varieties of inventions, ideals, and all that. That only way I'm guessing that he could know anything about it is some way or another he went into the time, into the future.
Now you're referring to Da Vinci.
Yeah.
Not Mona Lisa, Da Vinci.
Well, no, but he make mobile, made her the picture of her.
Yeah.
And he came up with a whole different, like the mirror concept.
Well, I mean, my
whole
whole point.
and all that, but he used it to where his time traveling things that people, if they didn't know what they were looking at, no one would actually understand it. But he wrote and he drew pictures of what he recognized and seen and how they would work. And a lot of the art program, the pictures of that he drew came to where today they look identical to that. And well, for all the things that other people came up with, and they're saying that, well, it's possible. Who's to say? There's wide varieties of people, pictures that has caught things off time, the things that shouldn't have been in a certain time frame. Like, well, I'm thinking of this one place. Scientists went there, but they do not know how it was created or built. But they are saying that like someone came from the future to this place and made it creates energy, and it creates high voltage energy underground. Scientists and all that is there looking at it and trying to understand the process of it. But I'm thinking that someone from the future went there because it's just way too high tech, and it just seems awful odd that something like that. I do not know how long, and they always say too that time travel, you have to be a certain. Well, I always thought that you always see on TV and in the movies, a certain age group would be more likely to go into time through the time barrier, where it wouldn't mess with their mind. And if they're the only ones that can survive the process, it doesn't do certain things to the human mind as they would as an adult. People have come across saying that time, things has happened. A person would be taken from one specific time to another time, and then back at the same time. Would they would consider that like a loop? Whatever you've done through the time, wouldn't that change the process of what you had done through the process? Whenever it took you and whatever you've done until when you came back. And they said that you go back to the same age as you were when you went in. I've never heard of that. That's always, and when they have shown that fabrics at different times of period and all is different. And medicine, they have shown, and they've done a test on skeletons of old people that they have shown that they had certain diseases the same as what we got today in the skeleton, in the DNA, in bone marrow. And it makes you wonder if that's the case, if person that they're looking at is someone from the future or from the past, or however, there's a wide variety, and nobody fully knows the medicine that it takes. If a person does do that, you always hear that everyone, like how the Indians, where people came from England to the U.S., and the U.S. was like a virgin area, didn't have no diseases. Well, they might have, but what we had when we came over from England, to hear how much of the Indian population we wiped out just by a single virus that we had. You would think that if you go to hop into the future for what you have had, would that go with you take a chance of infecting the future with whatever you have, or make it worse? You're combining whatever is in that time with what you got to make it into a mutation of a new thing. It's like with ships that disappeared, and then it was during World War II. A fighter was flying, went into an area, and at the same time he seen a 1985 airplane flying by at the same time as he was flying, and vice versa. The pilot from 1985 saw a World War II airplane flying by at the same time, passing each other. What is the possibility of that could actually happen? And they're taught, and where people tell, I can't think of it, where a person walks through and in to one dimension to the other. Okay, they're saying that time travel, you can go through there into another, and you do not know what's there or not. And same thing with when people disappears, who knows what happened then? And with airplanes and even boats and the Bermuda Triangle, they're saying that people can, who's like going into the future of a who knows what to be there. And they're saying there's like in Egypt, they got this one spot, the door, and it's supposed to have an ability to how people would go from one spot to the other, or from one time to another, however, and it's makes you curious. The abilities, the, how much energy, what it's like, the energy from it, how oh, and like they're saying that different types of time travel, and they say too that if you go into time, you cannot do one certain thing ever, because you do, drastic things will happen. You cannot meet your soul in the future, because if you do, you would be, I forget what they call it. Well, you would probably destroy yourself. You would eliminate you, as you would not exist from the time you were born until ever. You would not and that's weird in so many ways. And time travel, if you can, they have wide different ways of doing time travel, and it make, and what and if people knows what different other ways of, like, well, perfect example, if a person is from the future or from a high society, well, you look and stop and think what's different between what you got and what they got. Okay, you can guess about it and all that, about the texture of the clothes, how they hold themselves, and if people are, like, if they look too healthy for their own good, it might be something to it. What is the stability of a person's health, since if they're from a future, they probably already came through the thing of different varieties of sickness that you haven't came across yet. And like the gut, different types of things could be different. Newer laws could be made up during that time, in technology as well. But they have found, I wonder what all different things that they have found that really is stumped about. Because like as they showed on in Egypt, in the writing on they have seen like ships on there, like flying saucers, and an aircraft, some kind of aircraft on it. If they went back into time, what would, and they're talking about the bell from neo-Nazi, about they created, or they found a bell. There's supposed to be two bells, one was made by the Nazis. It's hard to say. I can't think of the Nazi's name, but he was in control of a lot of stuff there. He came up missing during that time when everybody was being picked up and took. They had a chance to go to the U.S. to be part of Paperclip, but he disappeared and nobody knows. But they're thinking that he went through time and all that, and pictures and all that of people. Well, I always thought that, like, cameras, they get better after so many years and all that, and well, it's hard to say. I'm just guessing that the picture frame of pigments of the camera, the picture can tell you too during that time when the pigment, what year, well, how small or the size of that camera was at that time, what size of the pigment of the picture is during that time. You can tell you what, like if it was made in 1860 with like a flash, or if the picture was ever made at any point in time in the future, pigment would be different sizes, dark, and all in shape. And you can tell about that. And it does the design of aircrafts and medicines as well. And it's like in the weird part is I forget that blood type, but it's a real rare blood type it is. And if what I'm just saying, we're not saying that that came from it could be from a future into the past. You know, a person that's hiding out, because for what they're saying about how things progressed in timeline and all that, it's always slim possibility, the ability of someone from another time affecting, without being too, what you call, as long as they don't change a whole lot, just what you call it, just by being there, do they change it or not? It's like if you could always say not to do it, and does it change anything, you know, of the person, or how will it change things? When the person tells another person, don't do that, and they ought to do, in what way could they alter things? Like if a person is a lawyer, a judge, law enforcement, something that he's thinking about doing, and someone pops up and says, I wouldn't do that. And by saying something, one word, would that affect something drastically?
So, just the Hanson brothers talking now?
Yeah, everyone just hung up. They went to lay down, and I forget his name. The guy from the UK, he went laid down.
Mark.
Yeah.
He went to lay down.
Yeah.
With Roger.
Oh, he went and go smoke a cigarette.
Oh, wait. Roger went out, and you were just talking to yourself all this time?
Well, I'm doing this. This is my ideal of. Okay, I come up with this ideal of time travel. Oh, people, does time travel? What weird things would you see, like in pictures, or the ideal of what do you think of time travel, and how would you recognize someone from time travel? You know, someone from the future or the past. The weird things that you would seem odd to you. If you have 5 people standing in front of you, and one person is a very unique person just by the way their appearance, their build, and their clothes, you know, like their clothing and their age.
Okay.
Like, and I always heard, well, I'm going by like off TV. They looked and said a young person's mind, like a 12-year-old, would be able to handle doing the thing of doing a time travel, because their mind is still fresh and open to all new things. As an adult, if an adult does it too many times, what could happen to an adult's mind? You know, being altered by the doing the time travel. How would an adult person, the body would respond to that?
Right. Yeah.
And my ideal of it is that okay, I don't. It's hard to believe that if someone took you from right now and they hold you for like 10 to 20 years, okay. Now, to me, a possibility of that happening is it's with into the future. Who knows? They might come up with a new way of technology to time travel.
Right.
But at that same time, when they take you as the age you are right now, and they hold you for 10 to 20 years, okay, and 20 years, however old you are in the condition that you are, can you say that you'd be the same age as when they put you back at the same time as they took you? Can you imagine that? I can't pronounce the word. One would cancel out the other. What I'm saying is,
Yeah. I think I see what you're saying. If you were to time travel, you would have to be wrapped in a shell somehow that will protect you from aging as you travel through time.
Well, no, not so much of that, but but that, and if you do enough of time travel, what in what way will it affect you?
Yeah.
All that they say radiation or however the time travel it would work. How would it affect the human body and the mind in the process?
Yeah. Imagine what would that be like traveling through time?
Yeah, it's
right?
like something
I mean, what kind of speed would you be traveling at in order to go faster than time?
Oh, that is a good question. I guess it's as fast as speed of light, the way I understand it. And then they come up with this like a wormhole thing. You're going like and you're there. But people that just do the time travel thing, weapons, knives, and all that, you would think that. And I brought this one up about okay, you as a person, okay, if you go do the time travel, and with all the things that you got sick from, okay, the person when you go into a future, okay, if someone from the future comes into you, everything that person has already got sick from and mixes with what you got sick from could turn into like what you call it mutation of it all. Because if you recall, like here in the U.S. when the Indians and
I pulled up what you were talking about when it comes to two objects occupying the same thing. That actually is it's a classic physics. It's microscopic objects cannot occupy the same space because of electromagnetic repulsion. That's also at the quantum level. That's where that came from. You hear a lot of people say that, but that's not necessarily fact. You know what I mean? Like there's no proof saying that if two people came into contact with one another, it will cause something.
Oh no. You as
that's what I'm saying.
The same people.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's
same
not actually a fact. Is what I'm.
Okay, that only happens if you travel to the past.
No, or to the future either.
If you travel to the future, there won't be a you in the future because you divert from the timeline.
Well, what I'm referring to is if a person, if you from, let's say, we can't get to the future, but the future can come to you into the past.
Okay, so somebody from the future traveling back to meet you, like you in the future traveling back to meet you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
just like you traveling back in time. Okay.
Yeah,
Same problem.
it's the same thing. It's basically it's the Fermi's effect is what it is.
Mhm.
They talk about that, and it is from the past, Robert. It's
Oh, okay.
no,
Yeah, but we're
because technically they're saying that it's almost impossible to travel to the future because it hasn't been created yet. Like that's actually more fiction or science fiction than it is science, to be honest. Like they're actually in it. A lot of the stuff. I apologize about the topics too. I didn't realize that you were just wanting to talk about time travel because I went in and I started pulling up the articles that you posted, and I thought you were wanting to do the top 10 time traveling thing. So,
well, yeah, I want to get a little to where it's got
it's
a lot
fine.
of variety.
I'm just saying I apologize about that.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I came back to this the Jitsi, and I heard Robert talking, and you there silent, and I was just
Well,
just the Hanson brother talking to each other.
Well, we're breaking him in. It's his first episode. He's going to do his own show. He hasn't decided what name he wants yet for it. This is technically one of the things he wants to talk about. He came up with the name The Unexplained.
The unknown.
Okay.
Or The Unknown. Yeah, The Unknown. And he time travel apparently is the topic he wanted, and I came out and read the Chronos Time Travelers warning that came out because that was one of the articles that he posted.
What did he post?
Basically,
In the chat?
yeah, I posted it up in the chat for him, but on Elements and everything. So
Okay.
he started his show and he went into all the stuff he wanted to talk about, and it had absolutely nothing to do with what I said the topic was going to be about. So, which is
So this
fine.
is why you want to give him his own show. That's cool.
Yeah, and it's fine. You know what I mean? Because it's what you want to talk about, Robert. So I just wanted to apologize that I came out with that, and I didn't realize that you were.
Well, my thing of it is the 10 things about that is that, well, when unknown things can happen.
Well, hold on, like that. There's actually. Well, hold on. There's actually like an entire article of incidences that took place. Like, I wasn't even to the top the 10 of the most famous and debated time traveler warnings or anything that I was talking about, like before you started talking, and then when you started talking, like it had absolutely nothing to do with that article whatsoever. So so don't even worry about that. Don't worry about the top 10 anything. Just do your show, and if you need it, and a lot of the stuff that you pointed out, I'll do a check for you to run it through like I did with the physics thing, and we'll go according to the way you want to do it. But
but when they say I was curious about, okay, there's a wide variety of things that things do. Well, best way I can put it is when people do the time travel, like their material
Now,
And
also, another thing I wanted to point out too, the thing that you're talking about where a person goes to the future or actually gets abducted and then they have to live an entire life and go back to the time when they were abducted. That's actually from people who believe in the secret space program. They also are into the super cyborgs and stuff like that. So that's what they're talking about. Just so people who are on there realize, because me and you've talked about that before, and I just wanted to put that out there so that everybody knows what you're talking about with that. Especially Tan. I bet you Tan's probably wondering what the hell's going on right now.
Yeah, this is cool. I'm just rolling with it.
But yeah, I'll stop right there and let you continue. That's
Yeah,
all
go
the
on,
stuff
Robert.
that.
well, my ideal too is that, well, since they, like I was saying, that this place, the abilities of what they had, it makes you wonder who constructed it to such an extent that from no machinery, no nuclear rods, but it generates large amounts of energy in the ground. And they're saying that this process was from a long time ago, from the past.
Now, exactly what place are you talking about? Like, cause I mean, it's supposed to have been like it's supposed to be an ancient place that they found. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, it was in our time, but it was created for such a long period of time that they have said that there's no machine, there's no nuclear rods, but it generates large amounts of energy, and it's actually in the ground, but it's been there for a long time. They
That's
don't
what.
quite.
Well, what
It's like a nuclear power plant.
what is it exactly? Like you've I don't know.
Well, well, they said where it was at, somewhere overseas, but that's the thing. But it's quite different. It's all in the ground, and they came across. I forget how they came across it, but they did. But it has a large amount of high energy to it, and they do not know how it produces it, or why, or how to shut it down.
I'll do a search, but I don't think it's a geothermal energy. It relies on Earth's natural underground heat, which has been continuously generated since the planet's formed billions of years ago. And that's what it comes up with, and powers everything from neighborhood heating to commercial electricity. Now, the source, the Earth's core, which is as hot as the surface of the sun, generates heat through a combination of planetary formation and the slow natural decay of radioactive materials deep underground.
Okay.
So geothermal power plants use wells to bring naturally occurring underground hot water and steam to the surface. This steam drives turbines that generate constant baseline electricity 24/7 without relying on the sun or wind. Emerging tech is the next generation approaches like enhanced geothermal systems, EGS, and super hot rock drilling are expanding across to this endless underground power. As a resident of, that's mine. So, but that's what the search engines come up with: geothermal energy. So that's what you're talking about right there. I'm guessing.
Yeah, it sounds just like that. because there's like the hot, lot of hot heat, and they didn't know how.
Okay, that's the closest I could come to it. So,
Yeah.
so this is a power source from a long time ago, and the beginning of the planet. So that's how they're doing it now. Are they? You said they're doing it now?
Well, no, they were investigating the how what's the function of it, but they didn't know how or what trigger what makes it active.
Okay, so this sounds like something you're going to have to do some more research with, because I doubt this has anything to do with time travel.
Well, yeah, I just well, if a person from like our time, or I'm just saying people like, I know, as you said, we ain't made the time future yet, but if it's possible that the wine could be, someone from the unknown future, if that's where I can put it, went back and without altering certain things, did certain things that would not alter the timeline. That if they created something like that without creating a bubble or distorting things in the timeline, as they said. But the 10 things I was curious about is, when a person goes do the time thing, do they have like some kind of device or something for information? Or,
well, I mean, it's like I said, don't worry about all that, because like the whole article that I pulled up that you told me to pull up has absolutely nothing to do with what you're talking about. Okay. I mean, because like this whole 10 thing, just forget that. You know what I mean? Because like that has nothing to do with what you're discussing. So just kind of talk about it and be okay with it. Like the stuff that you actually pointed out that I thought was going to be the topic was about in 2000, for example, this guy John Titor claimed to be a military time traveler from the year 2036.
okay, yeah, I didn't know. Okay.
Well, I mean that was what I was going to read first,
Oh,
and then you
yeah.
broke in and started talking all this stuff, and it's like
Well,
it has absolutely nothing to do with anything that you originally posted that you wanted the topic to be about. You know what I mean? So
yeah. Well, I just figure that can help build some, you know.
no, it actually didn't.
Well, I guess if you could. Well, let's see about if you can read all of it and stick,
Well, I mean, don't worry about it. Just go ahead, because you're already in 39 minutes. Like you got, you've done 40 minutes of a show. It's your first show.
Yeah.
So just kind of hang loose. Do me and Tan, when we did our first show
That's pretty
together,
cool.
dude. When I told you the other day about me and Tan when we did our first show, you know what I mean? It's like he was waiting for people to freaking come on the show, and nobody was there. He just looked straight at me. He goes, "Nobody's gonna show up." Yeah, it just dawned on him. You know what I mean? So you're doing good. You're doing a lot better than we did. So
Yeah.
Well, from some, but yeah. Well, it's like an abilities and all that has and all that people have. I know it changes for each parallel, where when times come, things change in even in different types of timelines. Each thing changes, you know. way it was from one to the other alters itself. Like different rules, different laws, different medicines, what works and what don't. And when everyone's talking about all this, it'd be a thing with time travel. It would be a problem because what you think about it, you would lose your past if people is able to go and change things. You would be things would be all. You would not have a past because if everyone's able to alter it in so many ways, then you would be in deep trouble. But it would be to see progress of different things happening different what would happen in different times.
Now, I did run you a search on that one, and it came up with some pretty interesting stuff for you. Now, it says, like, in physics and science fiction, time travel affects parallel universes in one of two ways. Either it creates them or requires them to exist to avoid logic paradoxes. So you have too many, the many world interpretation, which is branching timelines. Then you have the multiverse buffer that's navigating existing realities. And then you have timeline convergence, the rubber band effect. So you got those options going on there. So when you're talking about a multiverse, where what you do now, if you go back in time, it could cause and it could affect it. That's what they're talking about. So that's actually pretty interesting. And there's also something that they've been talking about called the Gen particle, which is another interesting topic that you could get into. The Gen particle is a theoretical term used in physics and philosophy to describe an object or a piece of information or a particle trapped in a closed time loop that has no clear origin or creator. It exists solely because it was brought from the future into the past, creating a cycle where it's never actually made or destroyed.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? And that was coined in 1992. It's a paper by a physicist named Andrei Losov. And there's actually two of them, Igor Novikov. Now, they named it after the jinn, which is the genies in Islamic folklore, because these entities are described as appearing out of nowhere and vanishing without leaving a trace.
Yeah, the jinn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's another interesting thing right there that they're talking about too. It refers to a physical item that traveled back in time, it ages normally, and is eventually sent back in time again. You know what I'm saying?
What, like a slingshot, back and forth.
Yeah.
Or,
And that would go into what you were talking about before whenever I mentioned the thing about the super soldiers and the cyborg people who believe that they were turned into cyborgs and stuff like that. That's a lot of the ufology cults that believe in that. Yeah. Now, and like, there's a good example somewhere in time. There's one. It's an elderly woman who hands a young woman a pocket watch, and or a young guy, he hands him a pocket watch, and later travels back in time to like 1912 and gives that same watch to her when she was younger. You know what I'm saying? So it could be a watch, it could be a person, it could be anything.
Yeah, and they say to the a person at younger age can handle the time, going through the time would be a lot better than an adult. Something about the adult's mind supposedly can't handle too many time travel. A young mind can handle quite farther more of it.
Well, that right there actually, for me, I believe that it actually violates the second law of thermodynamics because, like, an object, even if it does travel through time, it should age, it should rust, and it should also accumulate entropy till it finally decays into dust. You know what I mean? That's the laws of thermodynamics.
They say time travel, like if you was, I don't know, they say that if you was ever got caught, best way I could put it, like a time bubble, where the time never ends, you're like stuck, you're there. You don't age and you don't go old, you don't die, but you're just living at a specific time.
Well, think about like Back to the Future. This is another form of the gin, the second kind for it basically. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The information is self-causing. It's its own origin. And Back to the Future would be the perfect one because like Marty, he travels back to 1955. And in the show he plays Johnny Be Good at a high school dance, right? So the character in it, Marvin Berry, he calls his cousin Chuck Berry up and plays the music over the phone. Well, Chuck Berry then writes the song. Okay, so the question is, who actually composed the music? Chuck Berry,
Yeah.
or Marty? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or did Marty write it? Because Marty actually got it from Chuck Berry.
Yeah, and that right there tells you that what happened is supposed to have happened, because if not, the time would change, or the outlook would, I mean, you would change. They always say, you take something and you alter the timeline, it changes, and
Well, it's something that's interesting to think about, Well, I do find the gin particles is something interesting. Maybe not in the material part, the physical objects, but like when it comes to ideas and information, like music, like with that one, that actually is an interesting concept, because the gin particles they're allowed to exist because the timeline is fixed and unchangeable. That would be with the past,
Yeah. Well, and it's like the time thing too. Is like on Star Trek when Captain Kirk and them went back in time to get the well to save the future, right? And they rocket to the sun, and they had to build, and the speed had to be increased where they can, when they do the slingshot effect, where they go back in time at that speed.
Well, the area of Star Trek where that would actually fit more is if you remember with the last one with Picard in it, where he actually was caught in that loop with what's his face, the British guy. You remember that, where he was in that time loop and he couldn't get out of it? Picard was.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. It's just the line, where that guy killed that, blew up the sun, and
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
That would be more of what we're talking about here.
Okay.
you would land in a newly created universe B.
Yeah, where you don't never die and you never get old.
Right. Whereas you would have a universe A and then a universe B, and the loop is
Whatever you make of it.
yeah. So I mean that's actually kind of interesting. That's something that I've been actually kind of going into and checking out too myself. So pretty good. And it's like I said, I'm sorry that because it kind of makes it easier too with the topics that you pointed out with the talking points that
Well, I still would like to know that because it might be useful to use some of it.
well, it's not really.
Well, like, military guy from the year 2030. Okay, what is his? Okay, from his time, what is his? What specific things is in his time that?
Well, he warned that the United States would split into 5 distinct factions, followed by a period of intense internal conflict and election-related friction. And now, the truth of it is while his specific timeline of a 2004 civil war failed, modern analysis frequently modern analysts frequently revisit his post. Now, believers argue his description of extreme political polarization, cultural division, and distrust in the federal institution accurately mirror the modern geopolitical landscape. So you have that going on right there. He was wrong about the date, but like when it comes to what's going on today with politics and things like that, that kind of gets a lot of people today thinking about that. So that's something that was in 2000, and he said that there was going to be a civil war in 2004, which wasn't true. But then when they look at a lot of the things that are taking place now, they're saying maybe he was off on the date. So that was the first one, and they called that the internal fractured warning. And then there was the South Fork Bridge hipster, and that's a visual warning, which was in 1941. Genuine photograph from 1941 documented the reopening of the South Fork Bridge in British Columbia, Canada, and it features an unexpected individual. Now, standing among men in traditional 1940 suits and fedoras is a young man wearing modern logo printed sportswear, advanced sunglasses, and holding a compact camera. Believers view this as a deliberate visual warning of a coming shift towards casual consumer culture and miniaturized technology. Skeptics note that while rare, all items he wore were technically available in 1941. After that, we come to Andrew Carlson's market prediction anomaly in 2003, where in 2003 the FBI reportedly detained a man named Andrew Carlson after he turned an initial $800 investment into over $350 million in just 2 weeks via high-risk stock trades. Now, during the interrogation, Carlson reportedly claimed he was from the year 2256, and he warned authorities that the global financial market was highly volatile, but entirely predictable if one possessed future historical data. Carlson mysteriously skipped his bail hearing and disappeared completely. And the story remains a foundational internet legend regarding the vulnerability of modern economic infrastructure. And then the fourth one is Sergei Ponomarenko's Cityscape Records, which was in 2006, where in 2006 a confused young man in mid-20th century clothing wandered the streets of Kyiv, Ukraine, carrying a vintage camera and an identity card used by the Soviet Union in the 1950s. Ponomarenko claimed he took a photo of an unidentified flying object in 1958 and instantly woke up decades in the future. He warned that the world would look radically different, unrecognizable, and heavily monitored. And experts developed his vintage film, revealing pristine 1950 photos of Kyiv alongside an impossible photograph of a 2050 cell phone, which from the 19 talking past the camera holding a small object to her ear. And the woman appears to be actively speaking into a compact, rectangular handheld device, a behavior entirely alien to the 1920s. Now, theorists cite that this is proof of early testing for mobile communication networks, or a warning of a future reliant on handheld devices. Now, historians counter that she was likely using a newly invented bulky carbon amplifier hearing aid. And this next one is interesting. It's the 1938 DuPont factory communication device, which is from 1938. Archival film footage from 1938 shows a group of young women leaving a DuPont industrial factory in Massachusetts. One woman in the center of the frame laughs and speaks directly into a small wireless device held flush against her cheek, mirroring modern smartphone usage. Decades later, a user claimed the woman was her grandmother, and she verified that DuPont was actively testing experimental short-range wireless radio telephones at that exact facility, validating the technology's early existence. So that was kind of interesting. So after that, you have the 1917 Cape Scott Hipster, which is in 1917, and the historical photograph. It was a historical photograph taken at Cape Scott in British Columbia which shows a group of people sitting on a hill, but one individual disrupts the timeline. Now, while everyone else's young man he looks so out of place that the people sitting next to him appear to be staring at him in confusion. So the image serves basically as an eerie warning of how radically social norms in attire would shift over the next century, according to what's being said there. Now, on the 8th one, it's Paul Helton's photographic timeline. That's 1857 to modern. And that's an internet user known as Von Helton shared a series of historical photographs spanning from 1857 through the world wars into the 21st century. Now, the photographs depict the exact same man without a single sign of aging across more than 150 years. Von Helton used these images to warn that elite figures possess temporal manipulation technology. Now, while most analysts attribute the photos to doppelgangers, facial structure matches, and photographic coincidences, the eerie precision of the physical similarities continue to fuel online debate. Now, the ninth one is the 1943 Cape Cod Beach mobile device, which was in 1943. A photograph taken on a crowded beach in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. The center of the image, dressed in a brown suit, stands completely still while hunched over a small object in his hands, using his thumbs in a manner identical to texting messages. Now, believers argue it is a stark warning regarding humanity's future obsession with personal screens. Skeptics suggest he was simply rolling a cigarette or winding a pocket watch. And the final one is the air raid warden paradox in 1941. Now, the footage from a 1941 documentary about the London Blitz briefly captured an air raid warden assisting citizens into a bomb shelter. The warden appears to be making a subtle, distinct hand gesture, tapping his wrist as if pointing to a digital smartwatch to check the time long before digital displays existed. This anomaly is frequently cited by enthusiasts as a classic slip where a traveler instinctively checks a piece of future technology that wasn't supposed to be there, warning of our eventual total reliance on wearable tech. And that's the 10 of those chronophiles, time travelers warning that left the internet unsettled. So that's all I got.
Okay. Well, okay, Roger, can you tell me when was it that Russia sent Sputnik out?
Yeah.
What year was that?
When did Sputnik launch?
Yeah, it was launched.
I believe Sputnik, October the 4th, 1957.
Well, this was it was on a thing about they located something stellar orbit on Earth. It was a black device, and it was before Sputnik was even sent out. They located it. It was on radar, long-range radar. That this was a device they do not know, and it's been there forever. And we're not saying that that device, with all the abilities that the time travel thing through the thing could have been part of it. Because you got for a phone to work, you got to have something there, even in the past. It would be like a dead thing that has to have a two-way. You would think two-way communications. Everyone talked about the Dark Knight, but something was there before the Dark Knight came up, even.
Okay, so I just did that, and it said the most famous alleged device detected before the launch of Sputnik. Okay, so the legendary object known in popular culture and conspiracy circles as the Black Knight satellite. Now that is what it says. Now the Black Knight is actually a black object, so that most likely is what you're talking about there. According to lore, this was a mysterious dark object trapped in a polar orbit around Earth years before humans possessed the technology to launch anything into space.
Yeah.
So,
And they were just like how Sputnik now, well, the not Sputnik, the Dark Knight moving around now, you know.
yeah. Now, in 1954, newspaper reports, there was claims 3 years before Sputnik retired U.S. Marine Corps Major Donald Kehoe claimed that the U.S. Air Force had detected 2 artificial satellites orbiting the Earth. At the time, neither the U.S. nor the Soviet Union had the rocket power to achieve orbit. So that happened there, and then there was a long-delayed one called long-delayed echoes, which was in the 1920s, where in 1927 and 1928 researchers and amateur radio operators in Norway detected strange radio echoes that bounced back seconds after being transmitted. Decades later, science fiction enthusiasts speculated these signals were being actively repeated by an ancient alien probe orbiting Earth. So that's kind of cool. So you get a lot of good stuff when it comes out of this stuff. It's pretty enjoyable.
Yeah.
Dan decided to go silent on us, I think.
Yeah.
He was in his bedrobe, so.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay. I guess he just knew that he was listening.
Well, he knows that this is the weird stuff. He's not really much into the weird stuff. Are you, Dan?
The thing that you read about some people in the 1940s and the 30s using something that looked like a cell phone. That was interesting.
Yeah, that actually, I didn't know anything about it.
But you also said that they could be testing experimental mobile or wireless communication device at that time.
Yeah,
That doesn't say anything about them being potential time travelers. Right?
Well, that was the DuPont thing. That's what came out afterwards. Like they had a list of all 10 of them where they mentioned that with what's his face? Oh God, I cannot. Not Karl Marx, but the Marx Brothers behind the scenes thing with the mysterious device. But then they go into the one with DuPont. Well, that kind of explains both of them. You know what I mean? In my opinion, maybe that's what they were actually freaking using was that experimental device that DuPont was using. So, I mean, I guess there is evidence that that kind of technology was being researched back then. You know? So, I mean, that is kind of interesting. So,
well, yeah, but as well too, what like that Dark Knight, if it's the same one that from 19, well before the Sputnik came into the picture, it could have been a relayer of all of what they were showing on there about the devices that people were talking or pictures and stuff like that. were like a two-way communications in time, like two-way computers.
Well, I mean, the whole
How in time? Interesting.
yeah.
So you mean like the device will communicate
Yeah.
through time?
Yeah, like since that time the device was already in the past, and it's been there sitting there through the years. And if you're going back in the time, that device is always going to be there in that specific time.
Yeah,
Dark
but
night.
if that device at that time will communicate with the signals of that time, unless
if you
you have
have a-
some quantum device that can communicate through time, that's
Well,
not a
no,
conventional device.
if you're in time, you're going back into a specific timeline, like 1920s, where the Dark Knight was there before that, but it can pick up that signal. You'd be able to talk back and forth to the Dark Knight device with that cell phone, and take pictures as well or whatever. But the device would have a two-way thing for it helps with information, data collection, and all that about that specific time, where you know what not to do and what to do.
No, if such a device exists, it'll be a very cool device. But that's not it wouldn't be a regular mobile.
Well, no.
So
cell
hold on.
phone.
You're basically telling me that you would use the Dark Knight as a time traveling antenna to communicate back and
Yeah.
forth.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too.
Well, it would be a time device. It would be. 'Cause it
Well,
would
I
have
mean,
it both ways.
The thing that I mean, even if it was just for like if you had technology that was unavailable during that time and you were trying to use it, then maybe you could use freaking the Black Knight as an antenna to bounce it off of it, or even maybe it would pick up the frequency of it and it would retain it later on, so that like somebody in the 1980s would hear this echo of technology that was being used back in the 1920s. You know what I'm saying? Like if a time traveler traveled back to the 1920s and tried to use a device that was beyond that technology, it could still be freaking there from before. But even with the Black Knight, it's still speculative. People still argue if that actually exists.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm just kind of being hypothetical there. It is a pretty cool thought. I'm amazed you thought of that. That's pretty good. I think we should make a sci-fi movie. What do you think, Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like
The
what
Hanson
they found
brothers.
in New
It's
Mexico.
like the Wachowski brother create the Matrix, you know? You will create the, what would you call it?
We'll call it the Dark Knight.
The dark night of DNA. The dark DNA.
Well, the way this episode is going, I think you should leave naming to me, because like you haven't figured out what you want to name your show. You just
Yeah, I know.
So, oh, there's V. He's back.
I found some free time to be able to join the show. What are you guys doing?
We're talking about time travel.
Time travel.
Do we have it? Ooh, what a subject! I probably missed out on the whole scientific basis behind your guys' discussion.
No, there was absolutely no scientific basis whatsoever.
Don't yell at me, please.
Well, I did bring up a thing about, okay, they got a picture thing on there, but I brought it up about, okay, will you take year by like every 5 or 10 years, the camera, in what way does it change? The what you call the pigment? I'm saying that right, ain't I? The the color, the little square pixels. Okay, you take the pixels of that picture and you stop and think, what year was this picture made from, and the size of back then, the pixel, what size of the pixels was back then in like 1920s.
You're talking about like what paintings?
No, the picture. When you take a picture,
Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
okay, and then you take the picture and you think of, okay, how many pixels were in this picture at 1920, and the color, the type of color it is. Okay, the
I can
range
tell
of the
you.
camera, how
I,
far the camera can take that picture at 1920, and how good the pixels would, the thing. How many pixels would it take for the distance?
that's a very interesting concept because when I was in tech ed, I
Uh-huh.
was okay. So we had a photo day, which was like we basically had to make a camera out of a shoebox and other materials. I was the only person in the class to get an A, the only person in the class to get a clear picture. I mean, clear.
Yeah.
And the negatives were just as beautiful and everything. And I never actually thought of that in terms of pixels because that's
Yeah.
digital. I mean, this is analog technology you're talking about right now in the
Yeah.
1920s, right?
Mm-hmm. Back then, they didn't have digital.
Right. I mean, the
And
concept of digital was
yeah,
it's not, it didn't exist.
yeah, I know.
Whether it happened or not. I mean, because obviously you have pigmentation on a easel or a photograph. So, you have a backdrop for something where the image is there and it has to be pixelated, right?
Yeah.
Even though it may be analog or not.
And you would think too, and okay, and for each, like I guess 5 or 10 years, in what way does the pixel, the lookout, the colors, how it changes through the years? Okay, how
You're talking about an aging photo.
well, no. I'm saying for the pixel, the size of the pickle, the things. What size are they through the years since the upgrade of the camera? How do they lay out to through the years? Do they get smaller, thinner? I mean, small, but still have a nice picture to it, more clearer. You know.
Well, I think you'd have to talk to somebody in that field.
Well, yeah, but that's my point. Through the
Yeah.
years of upgrading of the camera, in what way do less pixels,
Pixel. Yes.
less of them, and then does the picture get more qualified or however, from it? Because
So you're talking about the accuracy in
yeah,
the imagery?
yeah, both all three. Through when it comes to like every 10 years, look at the performance of what the picture is, how it the layout and the progression of it, how it changes.
Well, the thing about light, and if you're dealing with light and photons, that was the beauty of photography, was how accurate it was. You can get a mirror image, even with the level of technology back in the 1920s, 1930s, is that
Yeah.
you still get today.
Yeah, but here's
And
the thing.
light is the technology. We just create tools to implement it.
Yeah, but when we call them cameras that you stick the gunpowder up on top and you do a big old flash thing.
Yeah.
And you take a picture.
And you have to sit there for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. You just gotta hope you put the right amount in. But yeah.
I love your laugh. It's just like Rogers. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. But you stop and think about it,
Yeah.
because through each new thing, okay, in what way does it in what way does it enhance the the the, the picture? You
I
know,
think oversaturation and colors and with the technology that we have today, because the photos that I took back in this was junior high for me. I was a grade A student in junior high, especially with tech ed. I was the only A student in
Yeah.
tech ed, and I found that the technology and the things that we had to do, you know, there was so much creativity that went into it, and there's so much logic and technical that went into it. You had to know the balance, or to take away or to add an element in order to get the product that you want.
Yeah.
When I took that photo, and it was a photo of a tree in the courtyard of the school. This entire the school I went to surrounded itself by a tree that was in a courtyard, and I took a picture of that tree. It was flawless. I mean, it couldn't have been any better by professional photography, black and white. My photo was black and white. That's all you can get out of the the tech
Yeah.
from a shoebox. That's all you can get is black and white.
Yeah.
So the whole
but it depends too on if you set yourself up in the right direction. Like
Mhm.
okay, like the less shade,
Mhm.
and make sure you're a little bit up where you're getting a lot better angle.
right.
But it makes it pure. It still gets, like you said, the color, but the way the picture weighs out a lot clearer, and it still has
It
all the original
I
to
was
it.
fortunate enough to not have a windy day. The tree stood still. And the picture was just pristine. I have the negative and the positive of it. It was like a real. It was done on real film paper. Obviously, I had to learn how to develop the film after the fact.
Yeah.
There was a special room for that. Also, where the killing was done. Um, yeah, it was one of the most beautiful photos I've seen to this day, and I created it. So you want to talk about what's better today? I can tell you, I'm not gonna see. There might be some smudge, sort of an effect for something that has to be, because there's light coming inwards to the hole in the box, and that's what's being captured onto the actual film that's placed in the dark room that is the box itself. And so there's the minor adjustments that she would make as far as not that you the photographer, but the wind, the leaves changing position. You get a slight smudge out of that. However, when you look at digital photography and your entire outline of a person is blocked out, square, 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 it really takes away from any detail that you would have had naturally. And that's my opinion.
Yeah. And one thing I've noticed too, when it comes to cameras, okay, you be going down the road, even with a slight speed, you lose the alter.
Well, for me, I understand too why a lot of people would bring the pixel into a topic about time travel too, because the term for the pixel actually came from a guy who worked for JPL, Jet Propulsion's lab for NASA. So it makes perfect sense wherever you came up with that whole thing concerning time travel and pixels. I could understand why that would be included into it because that's when it
It
comes,
it is entirely fascinating.
yeah,
Yeah.
because the guy who actually coined the term pixel was a guy by the name of Billingsley back in like the 1960s. So I could believe that. Before that there was like the single pixel thing that you know what I mean? That was like back in 1940s, the first digital pixels. The first thing that I remembered, it was supposed to be like a experimental computer at the University of Manchester, and they called it the Manchester Baby.
The Manchester baby.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of this.
Yep.
Okay.
Back in 1947 when they were first coming out with computer science and stuff. It was the first digital
After the
pixel.
Roswell crash, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
that's a thought.
Yeah, did you hear about that? Okay.
And there's this whole I'm sorry, there's this whole thing, and I don't subscribe to it, but there's this whole thing of the time traveling, like if these are aliens visiting us, they're time travelers from the future who have become so polluted. They've maxed out the technology to a level to where, yeah, they're super brains, they're super intelligent, but their bodies are polluted and they can no longer reproduce, so they have to come and steal our genetics. I think that's a kind of a fascinating subject. I don't know. I have no evidence contrary or to substantiate.
Well,
but go ahead.
Yeah, I just find that okay. They're saying there's like 20, well, from 13 to 20 brands of aliens, and okay, we're not saying that the Greys ain't the ones that's doing it. Okay, the ones that more or less manufacture the humans. We're not saying,
dude. I think we are the aliens, but go ahead.
But we might, but I'm saying there's aliens that looks like us. They're human. They got human form, but they're an alien brand. Okay.
I would say an alien brain because you shouldn't go into looks because you have cloaking technology, you have disguising technology. Who knows? And all the stories where people have been approached by God, and it's like, oh well, what did God look like? Oh, he kind of looked like you. Oh, well, that's strange. Well, that's because there's this trope of God looking like anything that we may think of what God may look like. Yeah. So sort of like ad lib. It's filling in the blank.
Yeah. You know that video they show about the alien in Area 51? That black.
There's tons of those. Oh, yes, okay. That one. Yeah.
Now here's the thing. That's a perfect example of what I'm saying about pixels. Okay. You look
pixels.
You look at, because they run on about the same property too as the camera does. And you stop to think about it. Okay, for that period of time, okay, you stop to think about it. What quality of pixels are in the back then when they made that video, as they claim? Okay. And like if it was made back in 1930, and if back there, if 1930s pixels was like 30 in a picture, and if you can tell, if you could ever find out actually how many pixels are in a picture, that in the whole frame of the picture, how many pixels are in there, you'd be able to probably tell when it was manufactured, because each time thing upgrade and all that would be completely different. The layout, you would think that the pixels would be different as well too.
When you say pixels, and you're talking about time traveling, so that's an interesting cross section, because you can kind of check what is real and what isn't, what is placed and what isn't, and what is. So that's an interesting concept.
Yeah, because you stop to think, like if a person if you take a person from one picture to put it onto another, okay, you're planted another person or the thing onto another picture, making a manufactured picture.
Heterodyning images, yes.
And you take but then you stop and look, okay, look at the pixels of it, okay, the size, the quality, and the color of it compared to the outside of it. Are the pixels going to flush with the pixels that's in that one part of that device or whatever you put on there? Are they going to be flush with it? And the same thing with the color.
Well,
Color.
so what I was saying before, and I should give a little more detail to it. So whenever you're taking a natural photo, and I say natural, like loosely because it is technology, and the fact that I've made it was one of the most beautiful things I've ever created. Had a literal shoebox, a Nike shoebox, and some other things, and put in a certain technical way, you get a photo. There's a hole in the front that takes in light for a certain amount of hours, and so how I describe the creeping imagery onto the canvas, I describe it as a mold. Like it's going to fill out wherever light is hitting. But when you have a digital photo, again, you're going to get what you call pixels. You're going to get square blocks.
Yeah.
And if you zoom in, it doesn't matter how 4K it is. If you zoom in to a line of any feature, you're going to get a square block.
Yeah. But for each okay, you take that same camera that you're using, or is it going to be the same 5 years from now? The pixels from that one to that one, is it going to be matched identical to one another?
Okay. People do things the old-fashioned way. People like to cling on. If I had known that Polaroids were going to go out of style, I would have bought so many Polaroid cameras, and I would have bought so much.
I got something to tell you.
Yeah,
there is a place that sells a camera just like that today.
I mean, that's the best technology. You cut out the middleman. You don't have to go to a pharmacy, Walgreens, to the photo section. You don't have to do any of that. It's instantaneous. And I think that got industrialized